Chapter 1620. If it's just those people trying to win us over, Sect Master doesn't need to worry so much. Even if they feel uncomfortable in their hearts for the sake of their own reputation, they won't do anything evil. It's not just that, Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not worried about this, what I'm worried about is something else. What is it? Lin Yu Rao asked. I'm afraid we've been targeted, Yang Kai's mouth twitched. There were various signs that Green Mountain Star Master Luo Hai had some understanding of what had happened in the blood prison. Since it was related to the Origin Essence Crystal, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. If the Origin Essence Crystal was still in his hands, he could just hand it over to Luo Hai to ensure everyone's safety, but now the Origin Essence Crystal wasn't in Yang Kai's hands at all. He had already given it to Yu Xiong. Having lost such a bargaining chip, how could Yang Kai dare to stay here for long? If it weren't for Qian Tong still needing some time, Yang Kai would have already left. Yang Kai didn't speak in too much detail, but from his tone and demeanor, Yang Xiaozhu and the others could infer that the situation was serious, so they didn't ask too much and simply followed Yang Kai's decision. Qian Tong was still standing in the distance, motionless, obviously comprehending something. Yang Xiaozhu and the others had nothing to do, so they simply sat cross-legged and meditated, digesting the gains they had gained from this trip to the blood prison. Although they did not break through to the Origin King realm like Qian Tong, that did not mean they had gained nothing. On the contrary, each of them had gained a lot, and as long as they had enough opportunities in the future, they may have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as various thoughts flashed through his mind, imagining all kinds of possibilities and countermeasures. Time passed slowly, and 3 days later Zhao Tianze brought Chen Yu back. After seeing Yang Kai, Chen Yu was naturally overjoyed, but when she remembered that she had been investigating Green Mountain Star for several years but had found nothing about the whereabouts of Su Yan and the others, Chen Yu couldn't help feeling sad. Zhao Tianze didn't stay long, and after sending Chen Yu here, he hurried back to Greenwater City. When the blood prison opened this time, he had entered together with the Vice City Lord of Greenwater City. Unfortunately, the Vice City Lord, who was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, had fallen inside the blood prison and did not come out alive. It really pained him. He needed to return to Greenwater City and choose a new Vice City Lord. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Suddenly Qian Tong's loud laughter could be heard. Everyone who had been waiting was shocked and raised their heads to look in the direction of Qian Tong. In a flash, Qian Tong appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Elder Qian. Yang Xiaozhu cupped his fists and congratulated. Elder Qian breaking through to the Origin King realm is a grand event that has not occurred on Shadowed Star for the past 10,000 years. Shadow Moon Hall will certainly be overjoyed, and all cultivators on Shadowed Star will share in this glory, Mou chuckled. You're being too serious. Qian Tong shook his head. This time this Qian narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for Yang Kai, I would have already fallen, let alone broken through. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai and said seriously, Yang Kai, this old master owes you another favor. At that time, if it weren't for the jade bottle Yang Kai had given him, strengthening his vitality and healing his injuries, how could he have persisted until the end? Qian Tong knew that the thing Yang Kai had given him was life-revitalizing jade cream. He had used it once with Feiji Tuesday. Along with soul-cleansing divine water and immortal source liquid, life-revitalizing jade cream was one of the 3 great divine waters in Star Territory. Each drop was extremely precious. The bottle Yang Kai had given him contained at least 20 drops. It could be said that his success in breaking through was largely due to Yang Kai's contribution. Elder Qian is too polite. Yang Kai chuckled, and this isn't the place to talk, it's more important for us to leave quickly. Leave now. Qian Tong raised his brow. Leave now. Good. Qian Tong didn't say anything else, still following Yang Kai's lead. It's inconvenient to move with so many people around. You all come in first. Yang Kai said as he summoned the sealed world bead. Everyone knew what he was going to do, so they naturally cooperated, relaxing their minds and not resisting. Yang Kai tossed the sealed world bead to everyone, and with a flash of light, they all disappeared from where they stood, being collected into the sealed world bead. This old master doesn't need to go in, Qian Tong smiled slightly. I just broke through, so this old master wants to experience the world principles here. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him and nodded. That's fine, but if we really encounter any danger, this old master is already an Origin King now, what kind of danger could he possibly encounter? Qian Tong laughed, not caring much. A trace of worry appeared on Yang Kai's brow, but he didn't explain much, simply calling out to Qian Tong before summoning his star shuttle and flying out of Star Field. This was still Green Mountain Star, so Yang Kai didn't dare to release his starship casually. Once an Origin King grade starship appeared, it would immediately alarm Luo Hai. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Unlike Yang Kai's worried look, Qian Tong was now in high spirits, as if everything around him had changed. As he flew, he glanced around, occasionally revealing a thoughtful look. The moment the two set off, in a city 1,000 kilometers away, inside the city lord's mansion, Old Geo and the other Origin King realm masters were chatting, either talking about strange things or exchanging cultivation experiences. They were here because they were waiting for Qian Tong. Qian Tong was a new Origin King, so they thought he would definitely come looking for them. After all, every Origin King would have many things they didn't understand after breaking through. If someone was willing to answer them, naturally they wouldn't miss this opportunity. None of them had expected Yang Kai to be so decisive as to leave Green Mountain Star directly. Luo Hai sat at the head of the table, occasionally speaking a few words when he felt like it, causing Old Geo and the others to show looks of enlightenment and admiration. Suddenly, Luo Hai's brow furrowed as he showed a look of surprise. "Master Luo Hai, what's wrong?" The old woman surnamed Lei looked at him puzzledly. "This king suddenly has something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Luo Hai's figure suddenly faded and disappeared. No one knew how he left. Where is brother Luo Hai going? Old Geo and the others looked at each other blankly. Looking at his expression, it seems that something big has happened. Could it be that something has happened in his palace? That can't be. Brother Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master. Who would dare act presumptuously in his palace? Right, haha, it seems I was thinking too much, but why hasn't that new Origin King come yet? We've been waiting here for several days now. Could he have run away? Why would he run away? We have no malice towards him and can even teach him some experience. Such a good thing. As long as he isn't stupid, he will definitely come. Then let's wait a little longer. Above Green Mountain Star, 100,000 meters below, Yang Kai and Qian Tong flew side by side, trying to escape from the control of Green Mountain Star. Suddenly, Qian Tong frowned and shouted, "Yang Kai! What did you sense?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. "I feel like we're being watched." Qian Tong frowned as he spread out his divine sense like a tide, but he was unable to sense anything, making him puzzled. He had just broken through and was at the peak of his life, so suddenly having this kind of feeling naturally made him uncomfortable. "Just pretend you don't know." Yang Kai sent a divine sense message. "Yang Kai, do you know something?" Qian Tong also replied with his divine sense. "I have some guesses." Yang Kai's face turned ugly. "If I'm not wrong, the one who is watching us is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai." "It's him." Qian Tong's face changed drastically. "Why is he watching us?" "He's watching me." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "He thinks I have something he needs." "Then what should we do?" Qian Tong asked in shock. Being targeted by such a master, even Qian Tong panicked. He was now an Origin King, but he had only just broken through. But what about Luo Hai? He was a second-order Origin King and the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong had no doubt that on Green Mountain Star, if the other party wanted to take his life, it would only take a single thought. "Let's leave this damn place quickly. As long as we escape from the constraints of Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai is just a second-order Origin King. Perhaps we'll still have a chance to survive." Yang Kai's thoughts were clear. Hearing this, Qian Tong nodded imperceptibly. As long as they were not bound by Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai would not be so terrifying and they might really be able to escape from him. With this thought in mind, the speed of the two suddenly increased. "You want to leave Green Mountain Star?" In the distance, Luo Hai seemed to have noticed something and smiled slightly, whispering, "Good idea, but it's too naive." Saying so, Luo Hai stretched out his hand and gently grasped the air in front of him, seemingly changing something. Yang Kai and Qian Tong, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly went pale and their lightning-fast figures came to a halt, sweat dripping down their backs as their faces paled. Looking at the endless star field, Yang Kai secretly grit his teeth and desperately pushed his Saint Qi ensure, trying to break free from this invisible shackle, but to his horror, he was unable to move no matter how hard he tried. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The might of the Star Master was simply too powerful. Just a little bit more. Yang Kai could feel that he and Qian Tong were so close to breaking free from the world principles of Green Mountain Star, but at the last moment they were stopped. Qian Tong's situation seemed to be better than Yang Kai's. At the very least he could still circulate his Saint Chi. Looking around he shouted, "Who is it?" A figure quietly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai and Chen Tong. Wearing a golden crown and a golden robe, who else could it be but Luo Hai? Glancing at Chen Tong indifferently, a trace of approval flashing across his eyes. As a newly ascended origin king who had not even stabilized his realm, being able to accomplish this was already quite amazing. In the future, Chen Tong's achievements would not stop at the First Order Origin King realm, perhaps even reaching the Second Order. However, Luo Hai did not pay too much attention to Chen Tong and instead took back his gaze to Yang Kai. The main purpose of his trip here was to find Yang Kai. Before, in the wilderness there were too many people and he could not do anything to Yang Kai, but now that Yang Kai and Chen Tong had flown out of Green Mountain Star and arrived in the star field, Luo Hai could act freely. Chapter 1621. So, it is Senior Luo Hai. Yang Kai looked towards Luo Hai and asked with a frown, "What does Senior mean by this?" A smile appeared on Luo Hai's face as he asked instead of answering, "Where are you two going in such a hurry?" "Naturally we are leaving here and returning to Shadowed Star. Is there something Senior needs?" "Nothing," Luo Hai slowly shook his head. However, old Jiao and Senior Sister Lei are both waiting for this friend to return and want to have a good chat with him. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to leave without saying goodbye? It is indeed a bit inappropriate. Yang Kai gently nodded, but this incident happened too suddenly, so we must return to Shadowed Star as soon as possible. Since we have met Senior here, I'll have to trouble Senior to relay our greetings. Junior won't be able to say goodbye in person. That won't do. Luo Hai obviously had no intention of compromising. They have been waiting for you for some time now, so you two should come with this king. Master Luo Hai's words are a bit unreasonable. Chen Tong took a deep breath. Whether we go or not is up to me and Yang Kai. Is Master Luo Hai trying to force us to wait? He had learned from Yang Kai that Luo Hai did not have any good intentions towards Yang Kai, so his words were not very polite. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and was in high spirits, so even facing Luo Hai he did not show much fear. Luo Hai's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Chen Tong faintly. Chen Tong immediately felt like he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as his face paled slightly. He immediately realized the huge gap between him and Luo Hai. After teaching Chen Tong a small lesson, Luo Hai smiled at Yang Kai and said, "You should think about it before replying to this king. And I'll give you 10 breaths of time." His attitude was undoubtedly very tough. Yang Kai's face sank, not having expected a master like him to be so shameless. Chen Tong and Yang Kai's eyes met as they both felt helpless. Facing Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, even a Third Order Origin King might not be able to do anything to him, let alone Yang Kai and Chen Tong. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai asked lightly, "Have you considered it?" As he spoke, the world around them seemed to become even more solid, making it impossible for them to move. Chen Tong stared at Yang Kai, obviously waiting for him to take the lead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly said, "I've thought about it." "What is your answer?" "Hai." A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Hai's face. "That's impossible," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a faint territory domain suddenly appeared around Chen Tong's body. This territory domain wrapped around him, allowing him to compete with the star force of Green Mountain Star. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained Chen Tong's source chi, and as soon as it appeared, it transformed into a blood arrow that shot towards Luo Hai with lightning speed. Impudence! Luo Hai was furious. No one had ever dared to attack him, the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Yang Kai and Chen Tong were the first. Glaring gloomily at Chen Tong, Luo Hai waved his hand lightly and the blood arrow that shot towards him shattered. At the same time, Chen Tong seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as his chest caved in and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. Courting death. Luo Hai's eyes were cold, not intending to let Chen Tong go. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Luo Hai naturally had no intention of holding back. In any case, this place was about to enter Green Mountain Star's territory and was about to leave the world principles of Green Mountain Star, so no one could detect the battle here. Luo Hai's biggest goal was Yang Kai. As for Chen Tong, he really didn't care about him. Stretching out his hand, Luo Hai's fingertips suddenly burst with a dazzling white light, as if something was about to shoot out towards Chen Tong. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk at that moment, a burst of lightning and thunder rang out and an aura that caused Luo Hai's face to pale suddenly appeared above his head. Luo Hai's face changed as he looked up, his eyes narrowing in the next moment. Above his head, a black cloud had appeared at some unknown time, and inside this black cloud, countless tiny arcs of lightning were shuttling back and forth. Although these arcs of lightning were small, they contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. Even Luo Hai was deeply shocked. He suddenly woke up and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was holding a dark blue bead in his hand and was madly pouring his Saint Qi into it. The surface of this bead was pulsing with arcs of lightning that were resonating with the arcs of lightning above his head. Was it this little brat who did this? What is this bead? Luo Hai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could figure out the mysteries of this inexplicable blue bead, the countless tiny arcs of lightning above his head suddenly fell vertically and wrapped around him. A loud crackling sound rang out. Luo Hai's angry roar instantly resounded through the sky and reached the territory of Green Mountain Star. The anger of the Star Master shook Green Mountain Star. At this moment, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, the earth trembling and mountains collapsing as if the end of the world was coming. On Green Mountain Star, the hundreds of millions of residents couldn't help paling. Old Gio and the others abruptly stood up, their faces filled with shock. It's Master Luo Hai. A trace of panic appeared on the old woman surnamed Lei's face. Who made him so angry? Who could make him so angry? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes penetrating the barrier between the palace and the clouds, seemingly sensing something. Emperor pressure. Li Wanning exclaimed, her pretty face pale. Everyone else was trembling as well. They were all origin kings, standing high above the clouds, able to overlook all living beings, but in front of the legendary great emperors, they were nothing more than ants. The moment they felt the emperor's might, everyone was shocked. However, why would emperor pressure suddenly appear in Green Mountain Star field? What's more, this emperor pressure was filled with murderous intent. What had happened to Luo Hai? Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to take a look, but they didn't dare to. Not to mention that the murderous intent of this emperor pressure was not something they could contend with. If they were to discover some secret of Luo Hai's, they would not be able to bear the consequences. All they could do was stand there with dignified expressions, wait quietly and silently perceive. Inside the star field, a 10,000-kilometer radius, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as countless tiny arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth. It was as if this place had become a world of thunder and lightning. Luo Hai's face was gloomy to the extreme as he stared in a certain direction, grit his teeth and shouted, "An Emperor artifact. It's actually an Emperor artifact. Boy, you forced this king's hand, even if you don't die, you must die." He had never expected that Yang Kai would possess such a heaven-defying Emperor artifact. Only an Emperor artifact could tear apart the barrier he had set up and allow Yang Kai and Chen Tong to leave safely. He had heard of Emperor artifacts before. They were artifacts used by great emperors and were stained with the aura of the great emperors, which was why they were called Emperor artifacts. However, in the entire star territory, although Emperor artifacts were famous, no one had ever seen one with their own eyes. No one knew what an Emperor artifact looked like or what kind of amazing power it possessed. Luo Hai had experienced it personally this time. If Yang Kai's cultivation was not high enough, and if this was not the range of Green Mountain Star's star force, that blow alone would have been enough to injure him. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator injuring a second-order origin king was almost impossible, but that little brat named Yang Kai had almost done it. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Hai's mind as his eyes lit up and he murmured, "Annihilation Thunder Bead, that should be the legendary Annihilation Thunder Bead." Every artifact used by great emperors was famous, and some of them might not be known to ordinary people, but Luo Hai, as a star master and a second-order origin king, had naturally heard of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. After personally experiencing the power of this Emperor artifact, Luo Hai immediately judged that it was definitely the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Luo Hai grinned ferociously. If he could obtain the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would be able to display most of the power of this Emperor artifact. At that time, even if he faced a third-order origin king, he was confident he could defeat him. Luo Hai would become the strongest master in star territory. The lightning arcs gradually weakened before disappearing. Starfield regained its tranquility. "Do you think you can escape?" Luo Hai flicked his sleeve and crossed his hands behind his back, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll forward. In the next moment he was already 100 kilometers away, chasing after Yang Kai. Not to mention whether the origin essence crystal was in Yang Kai's hands, Just the Annihilation Thunder Bead was an Emperor artifact that Luo Hai coveted. This time he could not allow Yang Kai to escape from his hands. He wanted the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but he also wanted the Origin Essence Crystal. What puzzled Luo Hai though was that he could only feel Yang Kai's aura from afar while the Qian Tong seemed to have disappeared. Not only that, but Yang Kai's companions also seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Luo Hai did not know where they had gone. 10,000 kilometers away from Luo Hai, Yang Kai desperately pushed his Saint Qi, adjusting his aura as he fled, his expression extremely solemn. Although he had successfully caught Luo Hai off guard with the help of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, breaking through his blockade and escaping from Green Mountain Star, even without the support of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai was still a genuine second-order Origin King. It would be difficult to escape from his hands. What's more, the Annihilation Thunder Bead's attack had almost drained all the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body, forcing him to explode a drop of pure golden blood to give himself a chance to breathe. The more Saint Qi one poured into the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the greater the power it could display. Even if a third-order Origin King used it, they would not be able to display its full power. Yang Kai estimated that he had only used less than 10% of the Annihilation Thunder Bead's power. There was a stabbing pain in his head as his knowledge sea roiled and dried up. There were even some small cracks in his knowledge sea space, a sign that he had overused his divine sense. This kind of trauma could not be described as trivial. Normally, Yang Kai would not care too much about it and would only need to rest for a few days. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, his knowledge sea would be restored to its original state. But now how could he have the time to rest? Stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth, Yang Kai only hoped to accumulate some spiritual energy in the shortest possible time. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Chapter 1622. Fortunately, these pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, so each of them was of extremely high quality. As soon as these pills entered Yang Kai's stomach, they transformed into streams of heat that flowed into his limbs and bones, making up for the loss of Saint Qi and spiritual energy he had lost. Qian Tong had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. After taking a blow from Luo Hai, Qian Tong had suffered some injuries, and although they were not serious, it was undoubtedly best not to let him show himself at this moment. If he was suppressed by Luo Hai and his cultivation fell, Qian Tong would regret it for the rest of his life. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and had not had time to consolidate his foundation yet. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai was not as good as Qian Tong right now, but when it came to escaping, Yang Kai was confident he would not lose to anyone. Yang Kai's speed was already extremely fast, and with the wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot through the territory of the starry sky like a bolt of lightning. However, Luo Hai's speed seemed to be even faster, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 10,000-kilometer distance was closed. Sensing a strong pressure from behind, Yang Kai immediately understood that Luo Hai was not far away. Boy, cooperate with this king obediently and this king may not take your life. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Luo Hai's threatening voice clearly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai ignored this threat and continued to flee. Facing such an opponent, he had no intention of fighting. Now his only hope of survival was to keep running. You court death. Seeing Yang Kai remain unmoved, Luo Hai flew into a rage. 500 kilometers away from Yang Kai, he suddenly stretched out his hand and sent out a thin strand of energy from his fingertip, crossing the barrier of space in an instant and shooting towards Yang Kai at a terrifying speed. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Yang Kai grit his teeth, pushed his space force, stretched out his hands and tore apart the void in front of him. A spatial crack in the void immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the strange attack hit the position where Yang Kai had been, piercing through the shadow he had left behind. Spatial crack. Luo Hai exclaimed in surprise as his figure flickered and he arrived at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, intending to follow after Yang Kai and rush into the primal chaos crack. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't give him the chance to do so. The spatial crack immediately closed. This little brat is actually proficient in the Tao of space, Luo Hai said incredulously. With his cultivation reaching such a high level, Luo Hai was rarely moved by anything, but Yang Kai had caused him to lose his composure time and time again. First, he summoned an emperor artifact, then tore space apart. Just how monstrous was this little brat? Obtaining an emperor artifact was not a big deal. It could only be said that Yang Kai's luck was profound and he had no idea where he had obtained it. However, tearing space apart was something even Luo Hai had never heard of. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire Starry Sky territory, and there were only a few who cultivated the Tao of Space, but the few people Luo Hai knew of had only dabbled in the Tao of Space and knew how to repair space arrays. Who could tear space apart at will? Is this your trump card? No wonder you dare act presumptuously in front of this king. Luo Hai's face was gloomy as he chuckled. But you think you can escape from this king's palm with this? Dream on. As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai released his terrifying divine sense madly. After 3 breaths of time, Luo Hai's eyes flashed and he turned his head towards a certain direction. That way. He's running pretty fast, actually 5,000 kilometers away. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai pushed the Saint Chi in his body and shot out like a meteor, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. 5,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai had just taken a few breaths when he keenly noticed that a divine sense had locked onto his position, like a maggot latching onto his bones. Looking back in the distant star field, Yang Kai saw a stream of light approaching him. Yang Kai grit his teeth and once again stretched out his hand to tear space apart. A moment later, Luo Hai caught up, stopped, and expanded his divine sense a second time to search for Yang Kai's position, and after noticing something, began his pursuit again. The two of them, one fleeing, one chasing, the distance between them sometimes shortened, the atmosphere extremely tense. Yang Kai knew that he absolutely could not fall into Luo Hai's hands, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed by and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Luo Hai's originally calm and confident expression had disappeared and was replaced with infinite anger and annoyance. He had thought that even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, he would never be able to escape from his grasp. The Tao of Space was indeed mysterious, and a cultivator who was proficient in it was extremely difficult to kill, but compared to him, Yang Kai's cultivation was simply too low. Luo Hai didn't know how much Saint Chi and spiritual energy it took to tear space, but he knew that the price was definitely not small. All he needed to do was follow Yang Kai from a distance, and once Yang Kai ran out of strength, Luo Hai would be able to capture him. This was Luo Hai's plan. But what surprised Luo Hai was that over the past half a month, Yang Kai had torn space at least 200 times, each time escaping 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. And as time passed, the distance he was able to escape was getting farther and farther, as if Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of Space had become more and more exquisite. This little brat doesn't show any signs of exhaustion. Where did he get so much Saint Chi to squander? Where did he get such a powerful spiritual energy? Even if he took a spirit-grade pill, it wouldn't have been able to support his escape for so long. Luo Hai couldn't figure it out. But he didn't give up. He firmly believed that his guess was right and that Yang Kai would eventually stop. Luo Hai's guess was right. Every time Yang Kai tore space, he needed to expend a huge amount of Saint Chi and spiritual energy. Over the past half a month, he had almost exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Saint Chi wasn't so bad. If he didn't have enough Saint Chi, he only needed to use his golden blood to replenish himself. But his spiritual energy wasn't. The consumption of his spiritual energy was too terrifying, and his recovery wasn't fast. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to continue. Even so, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. A large number of pills had been swallowed by Yang Kai, and the ones he had refined to restore his spiritual energy had almost all been used up. Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow the herbs that could help restore his spiritual energy. Although swallowing these herbs like this was a bit of a waste and he couldn't fully utilize the medicinal efficacies of these herbs, escaping was more important right now, so how could Yang Kai care about such things? Pushing himself to his limits again and again, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was expanding and his spiritual energy was becoming more and more solid. His mastery of the Tao of Space was also becoming more and more refined. Yang Kai didn't notice this as all his energy was now focused on how to get rid of Luo Hai's pursuit. After thinking about it, there was only one way. Yang Kai could hide inside the sealed world bead. But this method was too risky. Once he hid inside and was discovered by Luo Hai, he would become a turtle in a jar. Unless he had no other choice, Yang Kai didn't dare to do this. Another 5 days passed. The two of them had already flown an unknown distance through the Starry Sky territory, but Luo Hai was still like a locust, firmly following Yang Kai. Once he tore space and opened up some distance, Luo Hai would catch up in a short time. An Origin King Realm Master was extremely difficult to deal with. His knowledge sea was almost dry, and the herbs he swallowed were unable to replenish his spiritual energy. He only had 3 chances left before Yang Kai would be completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore space again and dove in, appearing a few thousand kilometers away in the next moment. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore space a second time, a third time. In an instant he had escaped 10,000 kilometers from Luohai. His face as pale as paper, Yang Kai looked around and immediately landed on a huge asteroid nearby. This asteroid was about a few hundred kilometers in size, like a mountain. After arriving on the asteroid, Yang Kai found an extremely secluded place and immediately threw out the sealed world bead, hiding it in a crevice in the asteroid before jumping into the small sealed world. Inside the small sealed world, peace reigned. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from Tongshan realm had been living here peacefully for a long time. Here there was no competition and the world energy aura was rich. Besides the incomplete world principles, this was simply a paradise. Inside the small sealed world, there were many loft-like buildings scattered across a 100-kilometer radius. Inside each of these lofts, there was a cultivator meditating and cultivating in seclusion. These lofts were built by the cultivator from Tongshan realm. The small sealed world had mountains, rivers, grasses and trees, so it was very convenient for them to collect materials locally. The three clans, human, monster and demon clans, coexisted in harmony without any disputes. Everyone cherished the life they had now. The cultivation conditions and environment here were many times better than in Tongshan realm. Almost 90% of the cultivators here had already broken through and taken a step forward in their cultivation. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, Monster Race Great Senior Thunder Dragon. These veteran Third Order saints had all broken through to the Saint King realm one after another. Although the world principles of this small sealed world were not complete, they were enough to meet the needs of these people to break through. After all, the Saint King realm was not very powerful. When Yang Kai appeared here, the entire small sealed world fell silent. No one noticed his arrival. Yang Kai forced himself to focus, endured the great pain in his head, and released his divine sense to investigate. Soon he noticed the location of Xianing Chang and his figure flickered, immediately arriving on the second floor of one of the lofts. Xianing Chang seemed to be in the middle of alchemy, her face still covered by a black veil. She seemed to be concentrating on alchemy, exuding a mysterious and dignified aura. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her face alone was enough to captivate any man. Kai Yang's appearance had given her a fright, and after noticing that Kai Yang's aura was unstable, her beautiful face paled and she immediately rushed to Kai Yang's side to support him. She cried out in alarm, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Who hurt you?" "It's nothing, I just encountered a strong enemy who is chasing after me." Yang Kai wanted to laugh and comfort Xianing Chang, but he could not bring himself to do so. Xianing Chang's expression changed, but she did not ask too much. She knew that someone who could force Yang Kai into such a state was at least an origin king. She was well aware of Yang Kai's combat strength. In Red Moon Palace, even a master like Shuelian was not Yang Kai's opponent. Now that he was in such a miserable state, who else but an origin king could do this? Xianing Chang grit her teeth as her eyes became moist, her heart aching. Chapter 1623. I'll be fine after resting for a while, it's not a big deal. Yang Kai saw her sobbing appearance and knew she was worried about him, so he quickly comforted her. Xianing Chang nodded slightly, her eyes red. "Do you have any pills that can restore one's soul? Give me as many as you have." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her. Xianing Chang quickly rummaged through her space ring and soon took out several dozen large and small jade bottles. During this time she had been concentrating on refining pills in the small sealed world, so there was no shortage of materials and her results were remarkable. The pills in these jade bottles were all used to restore one's soul and varied in rank, from Saint King grade all the way to Origin grade high rank. With so many medicinal pills, it would definitely be a huge fortune if they were placed outside. These soul cleansing chi recovery pills are the best. I've refined a few of them with pill veins. You can use these first. Xianing Chang picked up a jade bottle, opened the lid for Yang Kai and poured out a few pills from it. Yang Kai took these pills without saying a word, stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. Reaching out, he swept all the jade bottles into his space ring before sitting down cross-legged to meditate. The little senior sister held her breath and quietly moved away from Yang Kai so as not to disturb him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she paid close attention to him. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's complexion began to recover, and Xianing Chang confirmed that he was really fine, just that he had consumed too much spiritual energy. As long as Yang Kai was fine, she could rest assured. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai was meditating to restore himself, but he was also spreading his divine sense outside the sealed world bead, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As the owner of the sealed world bead, he could do this. Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could get rid of Luo Hai with this method. The other party was a second-order origin king, the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had encountered so far. If he were to discover traces of the existence of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would become a turtle in a jar. A figure flew several dozen kilometers away from the huge meteorite where the sealed world bead was located and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai. As expected, he did not find the sealed world bead. Instead, he went in a direction that he had determined. Yang Kai's heart relaxed, but he didn't dare to be too careless. While desperately refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and restoring his divine sense, he continued to pay attention. A moment later, Luo Hai returned from the front and flew back 50 kilometers to the other side of the meteor. The terrifying divine sense belonging to a second-order origin king swept through the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers like a tidal wave, leaving nothing behind. His eyes were like a hawk's, exuding a sharp light, seemingly able to see far into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the huge meteor where the sealed world bead was located. Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath as he secretly became nervous. Fortunately, Luo Hai quickly shifted his gaze and continued to search elsewhere, obviously not finding anything. However, he was an origin king in the end, and Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared in this area. Luo Hai did not believe that Yang Kai could escape from his divine sense in an instant. He was certain that Yang Kai was hiding nearby, but using some unknown method to conceal his aura and vitality, making it impossible for a master like Luo Hai to detect him. Interesting. Luo Hai muttered to himself, his figure constantly shuttling back and forth across the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, searching for any suspicious places while shouting, "Boy, this king knows you are hiding here, but do you think you can get rid of this king like this? Come out obediently and hand over the Emperor artifact and origin essence crystal to this king, and this king can let bygones be bygones and let you live, but if this king finds you, humph." Yang Kai heard his shouts but remained unmoved. Since Luo Hai had already shed all pretense of cordiality, it was impossible for him to let him go. Otherwise, if today's events were to spread, it would be a blow to his reputation. Moreover, whether it was the Emperor artifact or the origin essence crystal, both were of great importance, so how could Luo Hai allow Yang Kai to live? As long as he obtained these two things, he would definitely burn the bridge after crossing the river. Yang Kai secretly cursed Luo Hai in his heart for being so despicable and shameless. Back on Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai gave off a good impression. As the star master of a star and a second-order origin king, he did not put on any airs and appeared approachable, but now that there was no one else around, he finally revealed his true face. If it were any other origin returning realm master, they might have been pressured by Luo Hai to surrender and beg him to let them go. However, Yang Kai knew that doing so would only result in a faster death. Half a day later, Luo Hai had wandered back and forth in a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, carefully searching every place in every asteroid, but still finding nothing. This made him extremely annoyed. He himself was a little uncertain whether Yang Kai was really still hiding here, or whether that little brat had already escaped his grasp. Suddenly, Luo Hai paused and his expression became gloomy, as if he had made some kind of decision, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Boy, you forced this king's hand, I hope you won't regret it when you reach the underworld." As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai suddenly stretched out his hands, spread his 10 fingers, and formed a circle in front of himself. A frightening amount of Saint Qi surged from Yang Kai's body, and from his 10 fingers, a white light condensed towards the center of his palm. The Saint Qi in Luo Hai's body seemed to have found an outlet and rushed out, gathering together along the 10 white lights. In the blink of an eye, a fist-sized white energy ball appeared in front of Luo Hai. Although this energy ball was not big, it contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. As Luo Hai poured his Saint Qi into it, it continued to grow. The divine sense Yang Kai left outside the sealed world bead sensed this scene and cursed in his heart, knowing that Luo Hai was serious. For a while, he did not know what to do and could only force himself to calm down and observe the situation. After 10 breaths, the white ball of light between Luo Hai's hands had grown to the size of a wash basin. Luo Hai grinned lightly and pushed his hands forward. The white ball of light floated forward as if it was weightless, flying 100 kilometers straight. In the next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed from that position, filling the surrounding 10 million kilometers. With this white light as its center, Everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius that came into contact with it was instantly reduced to dust and disappeared. Countless large and small asteroids suspended in the star field were vaporized, and even a small dead star nearby began to crack and disappear. The full power of a second-order Origin King's attack was terrifying. Luo Hai remained motionless as he spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was still hiding nearby, he would die. With his second-order Origin returning realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to resist such a violent attack. As for the Origin Essence Crystal and Emperor Artifact, they were not ordinary treasures and could not be destroyed by such an energy explosion. Luo Hai did not need to capture Yang Kai alive, he only needed those two treasures. Everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius was cleared, but what made Luo Hai pale slightly was that not only was there no trace of Yang Kai's vitality, but even the auras of the Origin Essence Crystal and Emperor Artifact were nowhere to be seen. Is he really not here? Luo Hai's face sank as his mood sank to the extreme. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards a certain direction in the void. In that position, there seemed to be something being driven away by the violent energy impact and flying away rapidly. Luo Hai frowned, somewhat puzzled. His attack had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. What was this? It was actually able to survive. No matter what it was likely something extraordinary. Seeing this, Luo Hai was about to chase after it. However, when his eyes turned to the location of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai knew something was wrong. Hurriedly greeting Xianing Chang, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and rushed out of the sealed world bead. In the next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the starry sky. Without caring about anything else, he put away the sealed world bead and rushed into the void crack. "You're still here," Luo Hai shouted as he turned into a bolt of lightning and hurriedly chased after him. However, Yang Kai soon disappeared, and by the time Luo Hai sensed his aura again, Yang Kai was already 5,000 kilometers away. Has his use of the Tao of Space improved again? Luo Hai paled slightly as he did not dare to neglect and rushed in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai soon discovered this as well. Now he could actually escape 5,000 kilometers by tearing space, and this was not his limit, he was still able to do so with ease. Being chased by Luo Hai and constantly tearing space to escape seemed to be of great help to his cultivation of the Tao of Space. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The space force around his body fluctuated as he stretched out his hands again and tore space, stepping into it. When he reappeared, Yang Kai silently calculated the distance he had moved this time. 5,500 kilometers. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with ecstasy as he couldn't help laughing. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to push himself to the brink of death. Standing in place, Yang Kai waited for a moment until Luo Hai was within a certain distance of him before tearing space to leave. 6,000 kilometers. 6,500 kilometers. 7,000 kilometers. Little brat, you've gone too far. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he not guess the intentions of Yang Kai's actions? This little brat was actually using him to suppress his potential and cultivate the Tao of Space while escaping. For Luo Hai, this was simply a great shame. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of Space was really difficult to deal with. If it were any other second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, they would have already died without a complete corpse. But Yang Kai was actually playing a game of cat and mouse with a master like Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face was livid as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When had he ever suffered such an insult? In Star's territory, besides those old fogies, he was the strongest. Wu Dao had even evaluated him as the most promising Origin King in Star's territory to break through to the Third Order. This was a supreme honor. Such a master being unable to do anything to an unknown little brat, Luo Hai almost went mad with anger. Chapter 1624. Seeing Yang Kai leave from a position not far from him again, Luo Hai suddenly came to a stop, his face terrifyingly calm as if a storm was about to arrive. He released his divine sense and locked onto the position where Yang Kai appeared, his deep eyes piercing through space as he stared in that direction. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai shouted, "I am the Star Master, Green Mountain Stars, heed my command and transmit your star force to me." As soon as these words fell, Green Mountain Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, suddenly shook and an incredible energy beam shot out from Green Mountain Star, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant and bombarding Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's already extremely powerful aura skyrocketed and reached the level of a Third Order Origin King. At the same time, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, Old Geo and the other Origin Kings all paled in horror and stood up. Star Force blessing. The old woman surnamed Lei's withered body trembled as an astonishing light burst from her seemingly turbid eyes. It's actually the Star Force blessing. Master Luo Hai actually used the source strength of Green Mountain's star. As a star master, no matter where he is, as long as he is still within the territory of his star, he can mobilize the source strength of stars. What kind of danger has Brother Luo Hai encountered? Someone actually managed to force him to such an extent. Who is he going all out against? The 7 or 8 Origin Kings looked around blankly, none of them knowing what had happened to Luo Hai that had actually forced him to mobilize the source strength of his stars. One had to know that even for a star master, using the source strength of a star was not a simple matter. Star masters were closely related to their stars and shared honor and disgrace. Once a part of a star's source strength was extracted, it would be impossible to restore it in a short period of time. This was even more serious than if a star master was injured. Whether this battle was won or lost, the loss of Green Mountain's star could not be made up for within 1,000 years unless Luo Hai could break through a minor realm and reach the Third Order within 1,000 years. If Luo Hai had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for him to do so, but in this world, how many people could force Luo Hai to do so? Could it be that he had provoked some kind of reclusive top master? Old Geo and the others had ashen faces. Although they were Origin Kings, they were all First Order Origin Kings. The Second Order Origin realm was an unreachable existence for them, let alone the elusive Third Order Origin realm. Everyone realized that something was amiss. After Luo Hai extracted a trace of Green Mountain's star source strength, the world energy aura of Green Mountain's star seemed to weaken slightly. This subtle difference wasn't too obvious, but it had indeed become weaker. This was the direct result of drawing the power of the star's origin. It was said that in ancient times, there was a great battle between stars that used the origin of stars. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and the stars owned by the 2 star lords went from extremely rich to extremely poor. Even now they had not been able to recover from Yuan Qi. Inside the star territory, Luo Hai's aura soared as he stared at the position where Yang Kai was. Opening his mouth, he sent out a stream of white qi towards the distant void. 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end as a sense of extreme danger filled his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened to Luo Hai, he understood that Luo Hai was definitely enraged, so he didn't dare to neglect and stretched out his hand to tear at the space in front of him. Tearing space had always been successful, but this time, something was wrong. The place where Yang Kai was standing seemed to be imprisoned by something, and no matter how he tried to tear, the void crack in front of him was only a meter long and couldn't expand at all. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk a sharp sound rang out all around. Before the white light sword chi had even arrived, the murderous intent it exuded made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt as if he was standing on the summit of a snowy mountain and the wind was like a sharp blade, cutting through his skin painfully. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he watched the white light sword chi get closer and closer. Not daring to remain in place, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and flew to the side. But just as he moved, the white light sword chi slashed at the spot he had just been standing. The void seemed to have been split in two, and a huge void crack appeared where the sword chi had struck. Luo Hai didn't understand the Tao of space, but his blow had affected the stability of the surrounding space. The aftermath of this attack sputtered in all directions and a clanging sound rang out from Yang Kai's body, as if metal was colliding with metal. In an instant, Yang Kai's clothes were dyed gold by his golden blood and hundreds of tiny holes appeared on his sturdy body. From these holes, a terrifyingly powerful chi drilled into Yang Kai's body in an attempt to destroy his meridians and physique. If the aftermath of this attack was so powerful, Yang Kai estimated that if he had been hit by the white light sword chi just now, he would have immediately been crushed to pieces. His face turned slightly pale, but he didn't bother to check his injuries. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi to suppress the chi that had drilled into his wounds, Yang Kai once again used his space force to tear open a void crack. Just as he left, Luo Hai arrived. Let's see how long you can run. Luo Hai's expression darkened, seemingly not having expected that his attack with the support of Star Force wouldn't be able to harm Yang Kai. His already bad mood instantly worsened as his figure flickered and he continued to chase after Yang Kai. One chased while the other fled, but unlike before, Yang Kai was going all out this time. Luo Hai's strength had inexplicably soared, and Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with the beam of light he had just seen. Perhaps it was the legendary Star Force support. This old dog is really willing to go all out to deal with me? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew what the consequences of using the source of stars were. After escaping from death again, Yang Kai's expression became ugly. Luo Hai, who had the support of Star Force, was completely different from before. Yang Kai estimated that once he exhausted his divine sense again, he would really be powerless to resist. The sealed world bead had been exposed once, so it was impossible for Luo Hai to be easily deceived again. Using the sealed world bead in this empty star territory was no longer advisable. He could only go to a star. On a star, there were countless living beings, so even if Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master, it was impossible for him to act too presumptuously. Only by reaching the nearest star would Yang Kai have the opportunity to use the sealed world bead to hide himself again. Yang Kai's eyes became firm as he immersed himself in his knowledge sea and summoned his soul avatar. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai determined his position in the vast star field and searched for the closest one. With this star he could see a miniature star territory, so finding a star was not difficult. A moment later, his eyes lit up and his soul avatar flew out of his knowledge sea, turned around and continued to flee. In front of him was a star field storm that was strong enough to overshadow the sun, but Yang Kai was not afraid and directly rushed into it, releasing a burst of five-colored light around his body as his five elements indestructible sword chi protected him. Luo Hai, who followed closely behind, was naturally not afraid of this star field storm, so while spitting out white sword chi from his mouth, he leisurely walked into it. Wherever he passed, the star field storm seemed to be disturbed and took the initiative to part to make way for him. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Hai safely walked out of this star field storm. But looking around, where was Yang Kai? That little brat had disappeared at some point, leaving behind only a trace of his space force in the nearby void. Troublesome. Luo Hai was in a bad mood as he turned his head to look at a huge colorful star a few 100,000 kilometers to his left and squinted. You want to hide there? Good, this king will see how long you can hide. He quickly speculated on Yang Kai's intentions and determined that he was definitely hiding on that colorful star. Because once he hid there, it would be impossible for him to find him easily. A star was different from the dead stars in the star field. A dead star could be destroyed at will and no one would blame him, but if one destroyed a star, it was likely that everyone in the star territory would hunt him down. At that time, even if Luo Hai hid back on Green Mountain Star, he would likely die. Under the premise of not being able to destroy a star, trying to find someone who was deliberately hiding was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Luo Hai was powerless. After all, this was not his Green Mountain Star, so he could not use the star source to spy on everything. This is Scarlet Wave Star, right? Luo Hai soon arrived 10,000 kilometers above the star and glanced around, realizing that he had been here before. Coldly snorting, he said, "Good, let's go see that old dog Chihua first. I haven't seen him for 1,000 years, I wonder how his cultivation has progressed and whether he has broken through to the second order." Saying so, he walked off in a certain direction. Among a barren mountain range, a river ran from north to south, and somewhere in the middle of a stream under the silt, the sealed world bead lay quietly. The mountain was called Blue Mountain and the river was called Blue River. Yang Kai passed through the storm in the star field and successfully escaped Luo Hai's divine sense tracking. The first thing he did after arriving on this star was to find a secluded place to hide the sealed world bead before diving in. He believed that Luo Hai would definitely not dare to act recklessly on this star, so he was safe for the time being. Appearing in the loft of the sealed world bead, Xiaoning Chang's tears fell. Yang Kai's situation this time was much more serious than last time. Last time he had only exhausted his spiritual energy and was a little tired, but this time he was covered in wounds. These wounds were so thin that they could not be seen with the naked eye, but Xiaoning Chang was keenly aware that there was some kind of hidden energy in these wounds that was slowly destroying Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper. "Don't worry, I'll be fine after a short retreat. It may take some time," Yang Kai told Xiaoning Chang before sitting down cross-legged and beginning to dissolve the qi that had invaded his body. Xiaoning Chang walked out of the loft silently, glancing back worriedly before silently standing guard outside. But soon she seemed to remember something and took out a large number of herbs and monster beasts' monster core, sat down cross-legged, and began to perform alchemy with a calm expression. She felt that she was too weak and hated that she couldn't help Yang Kai. On Tongshan realm, she was not aware of any dangers because there, as long as she wanted to, she could sweep the entire world by herself. But since Yang Kai brought her out, she had truly experienced the wonders and dangers of Tongshan realm's territory. She truly understood just how weak she was. If she was strong enough and could fight side by side with junior brother, perhaps he would not have been injured. Xiaoning Chang began to perform alchemy desperately. Chapter 1625. Yang Kai's arrival this time still did not alarm anyone. In the entire sealed world bead, 90% of the cultivator population was in retreat. Inside the loft, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took some pills to help restore his injuries before beginning to circulate his Saint Qi to dissolve the Qi in his body. These tiny bursts of energy contained the killing intent of an Origin King Realm Master, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's powerful physique, these bursts of energy alone would have been enough to grind him to pieces. The means of a second-order Origin King could not be judged by common sense. Pushing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai sent it through his meridians and physique to surround these tiny Qi streams. But soon Yang Kai's complexion changed to an extremely ugly one. His Saint Qi, which was rich enough to show disdain for all Origin returning realm masters, was actually unable to do anything to these tiny Qi streams. The Saint Qi he sent out to surround these Qi streams seemed to be vulnerable in front of them, and no matter how powerful they were, they would be torn apart and destroyed. Yang Kai was not discouraged and instead continued to push his Saint Qi again and again, planning to wear down these Qi streams bit by bit. 10 days passed in a flash. Inside the loft, Yang Kai's aura had not recovered much and instead had become even more dispirited. 10 days of hard work had yielded no results. Not only had Luo Hai's Qi streams not been dissolved, but Yang Kai had also lost a great deal of his Saint Qi. With a gap of an entire great realm, Yang Kai's Saint Qi was no match for Luo Hai's Qi streams. Yang Kai opened his eyes and no longer made any futile efforts. Although his expression was dispirited, his eyes still shone brightly. Qi streams were dead but people were alive. Yang Kai felt that he could definitely resolve these Qi streams, he just had not found the right method. Since his Saint Qi was no match for them, what about the rest? The power contained in Yang Kai's body was not limited to just Saint Qi. There was also Space Force and 5 elements indestructible Sword Qi. Considering all this, Yang Kai began experimenting. Condensing his Space Force, Yang Kai wrapped around one of the tiny Qi streams. As if aware of this, when Yang Kai's Space Force wrapped around it, this Qi stream immediately began to counterattack, its sharp domain piercing towards Yang Kai's Space Force. Although it had some effect on Yang Kai's Space Force, it did not collapse as quickly as his Saint Qi. There's hope. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he became even more cautious in controlling his spatial energy. After a short while, the power of space wrapped around the small Qi, and no matter how hard it tried to break free, it still couldn't break free. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine thought moved, and the power of space enveloped in Qi instantly broke through the barrier of space and came out of his body. The power of space dissipated, and the invisible force sputtered in the void, shooting towards a certain direction, making a needle-sized hole in the attic and disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was sure that the power of space could expel the Qi in his body, but doing so was too cumbersome and inefficient. During their escape, Yang Kai's body had been penetrated by the aftermath of Luo Hai's attack, and if he were to use this method to expel it, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to do so. It had been too long. Yang Kai frowned and began experimenting with his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was used to temper one's body, but during this process, it would allow one to produce 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. Each of the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi had different functions. Metal and fire focused on offense, wood focused on vitality, earth and water focused on defense. The 5 elements mutually suppressed and reinforced one another, and when cultivated to the extreme, it was possible for a cultivator to achieve an indestructible body. Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art could barely be regarded as a minor accomplishment and could be used in combat, but he was still far from achieving an indestructible body. Now, urging the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi in his body, Yang Kai extracted the metal and fire sword Qi and began to dissolve Luo Hai's Qi. Inside Yang Kai's body, a golden and red light bloomed and shuttled back and forth between his wounds, attacking the Qi. Although Luo Hai's Qi had no one to command it, it was not willing to just sit there and wait for death. Facing the 2 sword Qi attacks, it began to counterattack. However, it was to no avail. The golden and fire sword Qis only used the time of 3 breaths to mince the Qi into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had not expected that the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi would have such a miraculous effect in resolving Luo Hai's Qi. On the contrary, his space force was somewhat inferior. However, this was understandable. Although the Tao of space was extensive and profound, Luo Hai's qi seemed to be derived from sword qi, so the five elements indestructible sword qi was also a type of sword qi that could restrain it. Seeing hope, Yang Kai spared no effort in pushing his five elements indestructible sword qi, not only using the metal and fire sword qi, but also the remaining water, earth, and wood element qi, greatly increasing the efficiency of this process. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai did not waste any time and took out his five elements supreme treasures and began carving spirit arrays around himself in order to expel Luo Hai's qi while using his five elements indestructible sword qi. Time passed and soon 3 months had passed. The qi in Yang Kai's body was finally completely expelled, and for some unknown reason, Yang Kai felt that the power of his five elements indestructible sword qi had increased greatly. Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with dissolving Luo Hai's qi and absorbing his sword qi. The five elements supreme treasures were the sun's true essence, profound Yin sunflower water, divine nullification sand, profound gold, and thunder wood. There was no need to worry about the sun's true essence as it was the star core of a sun star. Yang Kai had basically not experienced any changes so far, and only a small part of the profound Yin sunflower water remained. The same was true for the divine nullification sand. The profound gold was only the size of a baby's palm, and as for the thunder wood, it didn't seem like it would last much longer. The five elements indestructible sword qi consumed too much of the five elements supreme treasures. Most people wouldn't be able to afford it. It seemed that in addition to the sun's true essence, Yang Kai would have to find some replacements for the other four supreme treasures. Otherwise, once these materials were exhausted, he wouldn't be able to continue. Thinking so, Yang Kai didn't stop. While doing so, Yang Kai began inspecting his body. Luo Hai's qi had been completely expelled and his injuries had been completely healed. Moreover, after escaping from Luo Hai's clutches, Yang Kai faintly felt that his cultivation had made significant progress. It seemed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the third-order origin returning realm. After all, Yang Kai had also gained a lot in the blood prison, but because he had just broken through, he couldn't break through quickly. If he had broken through to the second order a few years ago, Yang Kai felt that he could have broken through to the third order in the blood prison. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he would eventually reach that point. Sweeping the outside with his divine sense, Yang Kai saw Xia Ning Chang performing alchemy, her beautiful eyes filled with determination and bloodshot. It was impossible to tell how long it had been since she had last rested. Yang Kai sighed lightly and sent a message to her senior sister telling her that he had fully recovered, causing her to smile. Yang Kai didn't rush out of his retreat and instead continued to stay in the loft. This time, while being chased by Luo Hai, he had constantly used his space force to escape, which had given him great inspiration and allowed him to gain a much deeper understanding of the Tao of space. At that time, the situation had been too urgent for him to comprehend it carefully. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity, so he stayed in the loft and used his five elements indestructible sword qi while comprehending the Tao of space. Pure Ice Island was a famous existence on Scarlet Wave Star. It was famous because Ice Heart Valley, one of the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, had its headquarters on this island. Pure Ice Island was surrounded by the sea, and the ice on the surface of the sea was several dozen meters thick. The temperature here was extremely low, so Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute martial skills and artifacts were all ice attribute. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star was because it had an Origin King Realm Supreme Elder. In addition, the sect's Valley Master and Elders were all peak Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, only one step away from breaking through to the Origin King Realm. In terms of Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, Ice Heart Valley had over 100. This number was extremely terrifying, and no great force on Shadowed Star could compare to it. Star Emperor Mountain, once the most powerful force, only had 33rd Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, but now, all of them had joined High Heaven Sect. On par with Ice Heart Valley was the equally famous Brilliant Flame Sect. These two sects had occupied the position of the most powerful sect on Scarlet Wave Star for over 10,000 years, but whether it was because they had different philosophies or because a mountain could not accommodate two tigers, there were often grievances between the two sects. If they encountered each other while out in life experience, they would often fight to the death. These grievances were deeply rooted and had remained so for 10,000 years, with no possibility of resolving them. At this moment, at the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice palace, more than a dozen women of various ages and sizes were sitting in 2 rows. At the head of the group was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. Her appearance could not be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely beautiful, like the stars in the sky, making people reluctant to look away after a single glance. Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long. A master at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm who had reached the Grand Accomplishment stage in Sure and was the strongest master in Ice Heart Valley below the Supreme Elder. Ice Heart Valley's members were all women, and there had never been a precedent of a man entering the sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them just because they were women, and anyone who dared to do so had already died. The atmosphere inside the Ice Palace was a bit dignified as many of Ice Heart Valley's elders seemed to be discussing something important. Valley Master Brilliant Flame Sect's movements have been a bit strange recently. Their suppression of Ice Heart Valley has weakened significantly, and many of them are now moving out more frequently. They seem to be searching for someone, the woman sitting on the left said. She looked about 30 years old and was dressed like a young woman. Her figure was exquisite, but her expression was extremely cold. Ice Heart Valley's great elder, Ran Yun Ting, had the same cultivation as Valley Master Bing Long, but her strength was slightly inferior, so she could only hold the position of great elder. Searching for someone? What? Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long raised her brow and asked in an extremely soft voice, "Have you heard any specific information?" Ran Yun Ting shook her head. "We don't know much about Brilliant Flame Sect's lower echelons, only that they are looking for a young man. Right, I have a portrait of him here, please take a look, Valley Master." Chapter 1626. Bing Long nodded before reaching out and pulling the portrait over. Looking at it, the person in the portrait looked to be about 25 or 26 years old with a cold and resolute expression. It was hard to say whether his appearance was good or bad, but there was something special about him that made Brilliant Flame Sect go to such lengths to find him. Take a look. Bing Long tossed the portrait to another elder. Remember this person's appearance. If we can find him, bring him back to Pure Ice Island. Brilliant Flame Sect wanted to act against my Ice Heart Valley some time ago, but they were suddenly delayed because of this person. It seems this person's involvement is not small, otherwise Brilliant Flame Sect would not have acted so rashly. Perhaps Ice Heart Valley's crisis can be resolved through this person. In that case, should we also look for this person? Ran Yun Ting asked. Bing Long nodded. Naturally, but there is no need to do so deliberately. When you return, please send a portrait of this person to each of your elders so they can pay more attention to him when they go out. Yes, Valley Master is wise. All the elders responded in unison. The portrait was handed over to the elders one after another. All of them were Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, so their memories were naturally not bad. With just a glance, they remembered the appearance of the person in the portrait. Bing Long then said, "A few years ago, our sect's Supreme Elder made a mistake in her cultivation and has yet to recover. Have you found any clues about the herbs we searched for?" Hearing this, the dozen or so people present all shook their heads sadly, one of the elders saying, "The other herbs have been purchased at a high price, but the profound red treasure ginseng is extremely rare. Perhaps, only Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Mountain has it." Heavenly Thunder Mountain. Bing Long's face sank. That is Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. Only a handful of people from Brilliant Flame Sect are qualified to enter, let alone us. Send someone to search carefully, no matter the price, we must find it. Yes. Hateful. Ran Yun Ting ground her teeth. If Supreme Elder had not made a mistake in her cultivation a few years ago, how could my Ice Heart Valley have been suppressed by Brilliant Flame Sect? For 10,000 years, the strength of our two sects has always been neck and neck, but this time. Hearing what she said, all the elders wore indignant expressions. Great Elder, don't talk nonsense. Are you blaming Supreme Elder for making a mistake in her cultivation? Bing Long glared at Yang Kai and shouted in a dignified tone. Ran Yun Ting's tender body trembled as she hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare, that was absolutely not what I meant." Bing Long's face relaxed slightly as she nodded. "This queen knows that's not what you mean, but this is also a calamity for my Ice Heart Valley. Although it is not convenient for Supreme Elder to act now, it will not be easy for Brilliant Flame Sect to force us to submit. And let's not talk about this matter for now. This queen is more concerned about another matter. Great Elder, what is your current situation?" Ran Yun Ting smiled faintly. "She's doing very well. She's already a First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was moved. He reached the First Order origin returning realm so quickly? Her aptitude is actually that good? When Great Elder brought her back, she was only a Third Order saint, right? How many years has it been? Even if she had abundant resources, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? Bing Long also seemed to be very happy, her face beaming with joy as she asked, Great Elder, I heard that you have special characteristics of ice crystal? Is that true? Indeed. Ran Yun Ting nodded, her physique is indeed ice crystal, but it doesn't seem to be an innate one, but rather an acquired one. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounters she had before this. After learning my Ice Heart Valley secret techniques, her cultivation has soared. To tell Valley Master the truth, not only is she now a First Order origin returning realm cultivator, but she is also preparing to break through to the Second Order. Inside the Ice Palace, the expressions of the elders present became even more interesting, all of them extremely surprised and shocked. Bing Long was also very happy. There is no difference between innate and acquired. Her ice crystal is the key to the future of my Ice Heart Valley. The heavens have not abandoned my Ice Heart Valley. It seems that she is very likely to reach the same level of achievement as Supreme Elder in the future, and the future of my Ice Heart Valley may be entrusted to her. Ran Yun Ting said modestly, Valley Master overestimates her. This little girl's cultivation is still low, so she still needs Valley Master's guidance. Do everything possible to meet her needs. Bing Long shouted tenderly. Yes. Ran Yun Ting nodded respectfully. Great Elder, I heard that the reason Brilliant Flame Sect is targeting my Ice Heart Valley this time is because of you? Someone asked with a chuckle. And I have also heard about this. It is rumored that the son of Brilliant Flame Sect Master, Wei Feng, met that little girl while he was out for life experience and couldn't forget her. After returning, he encouraged Wei Qing to come to my Ice Heart Valley and demand for her. I haven't seen that little girl yet. It seems that after coming to Pure Ice Island, she rarely goes out and has been in retreat all this time. I have seen her once and she is indeed a peerless beauty. No wonder that little bastard Wei Feng can't forget her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I would also be captivated by her. The group of elders laughed and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. It's just groundless speculation, Ran Yun Ting smiled bitterly. Bing Long said, You are all elders of my Ice Heart Valley, can't you see that this matter is just a pretext? Brilliant Flame Sect is just using this as an excuse to embarrass us while taking the opportunity to test the condition of Supreme Elder's injuries. Once they determine that Supreme Elder is indeed injured, I'm afraid they will make a big move. This matter won't be able to be concealed for long. I want to see if Brilliant Flame Sect's teeth are tough or if my Ice Heart Valley's defenses are stronger. They won't have the courage to invade on such a large scale unless they don't care about life or death. If they dare come, we'll teach them a lesson. The group of women shouted with great momentum. On the left, an old woman who seemed to be in her 60s frowned, a look of worry appearing on her face. After the others finished speaking, she said, Reporting to Sect Master, this old woman heard a piece of news a few days ago. What news is so important to Elder Wu? Bing Long turned her eyes to the old woman and asked. Everyone else also turned their gazes towards her. This old woman heard that Luo Hai has arrived at Brilliant Flame Sect. Elder Wu quickly said, Luo Hai. Inside the Ice Palace, everyone frowned, seemingly unable to remember who Luo Hai was, but soon someone exclaimed, Green Mountain Star's master, Master Luo Hai. Is it really him? No way, what is he doing here on Scarlet Wave Star instead of Green Mountain Star? Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master, as a Second Order Origin King, his name had long spread throughout the entire Star Territory, so even though the people of Ice Heart Valley were on Pure Ice Island, they had long heard of his name. Now that they heard that he had come to Brilliant Flame Sect, all of them paled. Is this news reliable? Bing Long's tender body leaned forward slightly as her jade hand gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. From the creaking sounds coming from the armrest, it was obvious that her mood was fluctuating greatly. It's reliable. Elder Wu said solemnly, the spies this old woman placed in Brilliant Flame Sect saw it with their own eyes. The Ice Palace immediately quieted down as everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, their expressions becoming strange. I'm sure all of you know that although Master Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star Master, his friendship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Chihua is not shallow. For him to come to Brilliant Flame Sect at this time. Elder Wu did not finish her words, but everyone understood what she was implying. That's unlikely. Bing Long shook her head. He does have a friendship with Chihua, but there is no need for him to come all the way from Green Mountain Star just to deal with our Ice Heart Valley. Jianghu doesn't have such great face. But Valley Master, this is a sensitive time, we have to be on guard. If Luo Hai and Jianghu join forces, the situation of our Ice Heart Valley will be worrisome. Bing Long's pretty face paled. If this was the case, Ice Heart Valley would likely have no choice but to disband. Luo Hai alone was not someone Ice Heart Valley could resist. He was a master who was even stronger than Qihua and Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. I think that Master Luo Hai's arrival on Scarlet Wave Star at this time may have something to do with the person Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for, an elder speculated. What do you mean? Think about it, Brilliant Flame Sect has only recently been searching for this person and has even slowed down their suppression of us. Master Luo Hai also recently arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, and the place he went to was Brilliant Flame Sect. Connecting the dots, could it be that Master Luo Hai asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help him find that person? Everyone's eyes lit up. That's very likely. If that's the case, then we must find this person before Brilliant Flame Sect does. Bing Long's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. As long as we find him and hand him over to Master Luo Hai, the current crisis of my Ice Heart Valley can be easily resolved. After Supreme Elder fully recovers, Brilliant Flame Sect will definitely not cause any more trouble. Valley Master is right, Ran Yunting nodded in agreement. Pass down my order, mobilize all available forces and do everything possible to find this person's whereabouts. Bing Long made a prompt decision, grit her teeth and shouted. Yes. All the elders nodded and left the Ice Palace. On this day, more than 10,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples set out from Pure Ice Island and headed to various places on Scarlet Wave Star, each of them carrying a portrait of Yang Kai. At night, near the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice room, Ran Yunting sat cross-legged and circulated her secret art. The temperature in this ice room was so low that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would find it extremely uncomfortable and would have to circulate their Saint Qi to resist the pervasive chill, but for Ice Heart Valley's great elder, this was the best place to cultivate. The pervasive cold Qi seemed to be attracted by something and rushed into her body, resonating with her Saint Qi and enhancing her strength. Light footsteps came from outside the door, but soon the sound of footsteps stopped and someone outside called out, "Greetings, honored master. Come in." Ran Yunting smiled lightly and opened her eyes. The next moment, the door opened and a beautiful figure walked in from the outside. She wore a spotless white robe with a lock of cloud-like black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. She had perfectly shaped eyebrows, a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, a delicate nose, and an oval face that was as clear as jade. Her snow-white skin was soft and supple, and her figure was elegant and graceful. She was like an ice doll that had been carefully sculpted by a heavenly god, with not a single flaw to be found on her. Chapter 1627. Ran Yunting looked the young woman up and down, a trace of approval appearing on her face. "Good looking at you, it seems your ice jade secret art has made progress again. Master's efforts to cultivate you were not in vain, even making an exception to teach you this secret art." The young woman's expression was neither happy nor sad, not even the slightest change in her expression since she entered. Instead, she exuded a bone-chilling chill from head to toe, as if she really was a block of ice. Hearing this, the young woman said, "Honored master's kindness, I dare not neglect it." "Very good, sit down." Ran Yunting nodded lightly and pointed to an ice jade futon in front of her. On this day, every month on this day, the woman would come to Ran Yunting's residence to pay her respects and ask her to explain the problems and doubts she had encountered. The master and disciple pair had obviously experienced such things countless times, so the young woman was not unfamiliar with them and sat down obediently. "Have you encountered any obscure problems recently?" Ran Yunting asked with a pleasant expression. Although Ran Yunting's current cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than hers, with her speed, it would only be a few years before Ran Yunting would be able to keep pace with her. In a few more years, Ran Yunting might even reach the same height as her grand elder. Ran Yunting had high hopes for her, so she didn't show the slightest impatience. The young woman nodded gently and was about to speak when her beautiful eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a portrait hanging on the ice wall behind Ran Yunting. The woman's delicate body suddenly shook. She who had always been calm and collected, and even if the sky collapsed she wouldn't be moved, actually revealed a trace of extreme shock. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a shocking expression as she stared without blinking at the person in the portrait. The young woman's expression was extremely complex. There was surprise, disbelief, and confusion. Her expression changed several times in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, she restrained herself. Do you know this person? Although the young woman's expression changed quickly, it could not escape Ran Yunting's observation. Seeing her expression change, Ran Yunting asked doubtfully. The young woman slowly shook her head. I don't know. Ran Yunting frowned, seemingly in disbelief. The young woman explained, Honored Master's house has always been simple and crude, with nothing but a bed and a chair. Today I suddenly saw a portrait of a man, so I was a little surprised. Hearing her explanation, Ran Yunting didn't think too much about it and nodded, and I have never seen the person in this portrait, but recently Brilliant Flame Sect has been searching for him. Valley Master has also ordered us to go out and search for him. He may be the key to resolving my Ice Heart Valley's crisis. Is that so? The young Yunting's head the young woman's face. She nodded lightly. Your honored masters first, so you have master of course this matter. You masters master, and masters your masters of the sect is sect, and shoulders of your masters master. S's masters that as well as his master, Ting master of sects and down your down and into your of masters on downs and down. We will do our best. The woman said in a deep voice. That's good. And let's talk about the problems you've encountered recently, Ran Yunting said in a genial manner. The young woman immediately opened her mouth and asked a few questions that confused her. Ran Yunting listened carefully, and the master and disciple exchanged questions and answers. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn, and the young woman got up to leave. After leaving the ice room, the woman walked out unhurriedly, soon leaving the inner island of Pure Ice Island and arriving at the outer island. Pure Ice Island was divided into an inner island and an outer island. The inner island was heavily guarded, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter without being summoned. Only the core disciples of the elders and the core members of Ice Heart Valley could enter. The outer island was a place for ordinary people to live. The outer island covered a large area, so the young woman went straight to an ice peak in the southeast of the outer island. Under the ice mountain there was a man-made ice mansion. There were hundreds of ice mansions like this in the entire ice mountain, and there were hundreds of ice mountains like this in the entire outer island. These ice palaces were naturally cave dwellings for people to live in. Depending on one's cultivation and contribution to Ice Heart Valley, the grade of these ice palaces varied. The young woman came to one of the ice palaces near the foot of the mountain, stretched out her hand, poured her Saint Chi into the barrier in front of it, and waited quietly. After a long time there was no response. The young woman frowned, took out a token from her space ring, and placed it on the barrier in front of the ice palace. The next moment the barrier opened on its own accord, revealing a passage. The young woman walked into this passage, her pace quick. Soon she arrived at the innermost part of the ice palace and looked around, but there was no trace of anyone inside. There was only a letter left on a desk with the words, "To Su Yan." Her hand trembling, the young woman picked up the letter, opened the wax seal, and pulled out a piece of paper from it to read carefully. Su Yan, I have received an order from the Elder Council to go out with my fellow sect members to perform a task. The order was issued in a hurry, so I was unable to say goodbye to you. If you come here to find me, you will definitely see this letter. The task this time is to find a person, and that person is Yang Kai. He has arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, but for some reason Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are both looking for him. Remember, don't act rashly, wait for me to come back. It was signed by Qinya, the former top master of Tongxian Realm, Ice Master Qinya. Su Yan read this short letter from beginning to end several times, her tender body trembling slightly as she made sure she was not mistaken. Yang Kai had really come. When she saw the portrait of Yang Kai in her honored master's ice room, Su Yan almost couldn't believe it, but for some reason she couldn't ask Ran Yunting in person. As such, she hurriedly came to find Qinya early this morning to ask if she had heard any news. Back then, Qinya had come to Ice Heart Valley with Ran Yunting. After all, Qinya also cultivated the ice attribute, and her cultivation wasn't high because Tongxian Realm's world energy was lacking. So when Ran Yunting brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, she also brought Qinya along. However, although Qinya's aptitude was good, she couldn't compare to Su Yan. She could only live on the outer island and was an ordinary disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now she was a second-order Saint King and would soon break through to the third order. Su Yan often took time to visit Qinya. The two of them were both from Tongxian Realm, so their relationship was naturally close. But this time Su Yan came too late. After the Elder Council's discussion yesterday, They immediately decided to send someone out to search for Yang Kai. After receiving the order, Qingye left Pure Ice Island with countless fellow sect members. She couldn't go to the inner island to send a letter to Su Yan, but she knew that Su Yan would definitely come to visit her, so before leaving she left behind a letter informing Su Yan of Yang Kai's whereabouts. Holding the letter in her hand, Su Yan's mood fluctuated rapidly as her eyes became slightly moist. If Ran Yunting were to see this scene, she would definitely be shocked. She had always thought that her heart was as cold as ice and that nothing could affect her, so how could she be moved by a letter? Several dozen years of bitter contemplation, now released, was enough to swallow Su Yan whole. Her blood and qi tumbling, Su Yan let out a groan as her face suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth. Her saint qi also fluctuated, becoming unstable. Su Yan's beautiful face paled and she didn't dare to neglect, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating her secret art to resolve the situation. After a long time, her chaotic aura gradually subsided and she got up, carefully put away the letter, and quickly left Qingye's ice mansion. The two top forces on Scarlet Wave Star were frequently dispatched, and in a short period of time, almost all of Scarlet Wave Star had been stirred up. The sects and families that had close relationships with the two top forces were all ordered to cooperate with Brilliant Flame Sect or Ice Heart Valley to find Yang Kai. Scarlet Wave Star was almost turned upside down. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared into thin air, and no one had seen any trace of him. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai was concentrating. He was not in a hurry to go out. He had finally gotten rid of Luo Hai, so how could Yang Kai suddenly appear again? Who knew if Luo Hai was still looking for him? If he ran out and threw himself into a trap, he would have to worry about escaping again. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his gains from the past few days. Invisible fluctuations of energy spread out from Xia Ningchang's loft. It was the mysterious power of space. The small sealed world originally only had a radius of 100 kilometers, and although it was not crowded with tens of thousands of people from the three clans, human, monster, and demon clans, it did not have much room for activity. But today, as the fluctuations of space force spread out, the area of the small sealed world was expanding at an extremely fast rate, and some scenery and land that had not been visible before appeared in front of the people living here. 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Soon, the masters from the three clans who were in retreat seemed to have sensed something and came out one after another, releasing their divine senses to investigate their surroundings and immediately discovering the abnormal changes in the small sealed world. Brother Ling, this small sealed world is actually expanding, am I seeing things? Meng Wuya stood in the void and took in the bizarre scene in the distance with a shocked expression. You're not mistaken, Ling Taisu slowly shook his head, it really is expanding. Ah! With a burst of laughter, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon appeared beside Meng Wuya. Good, I don't need to squeeze with Zhang Yuan and his group anymore. This king has had enough of their demonic qi. Thunder Dragon, this senior heard what you said. A cold snort sounded as Demon Commander Zhang Yuan leisurely appeared. So what if you heard? I, Thunder Dragon, am not going to speak ill of others behind their backs, it's all for your benefit. Thunder Dragon spat disdainfully. Zhang Yuan snorted. Do you think this senior wants to squeeze with you? Your demonic qi is nothing special. Thunder Dragon grinned meaningfully, not caring at all. Although the human, monster, and demon clans all lived in mysterious small worlds now and did not have any major disputes, the competition between them was still very fierce. Yang Kai had given them this opportunity, and now each of them was working hard to reach a higher level of the martial Tao, seeking greater strength. As such, when they occasionally ran into each other, they would often bicker, enjoying themselves. Chapter 1628. But why is this place suddenly expanding? Could there be some kind of accident? Chu Lingxiao asked faintly. It should be related to Sect Master, you don't need to worry. A voice suddenly came from behind, causing the masters from the three clans to turn around and see Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou, and Lin Yu Rao, for peak origin returning realm masters, walking over together. The three clans didn't dare to neglect and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Xiuzhu and the others quickly returned the gesture. Everyone obviously knew each other and knew who the other was. However, although Yang Xiuzhu and the others' cultivations were much higher than the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, Ling Taisu and the others had a very close relationship with Yang Kai, so Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't dare act arrogantly and treated them as equals. Is it related to Yang Kai? Ling Tai-su became interested. Brother Yang, can you explain in detail? Everyone else also looked towards Yang Xiaozhu curiously. Yang Xiaozhu pondered for a moment before saying, the higher sect master's cultivation is, the more profound his attainments in the Tao of space are, and the wider this world will become. He didn't know much about the sealed world bead. As one of the former elders of Star Emperor Mountain, he only knew that it was a space artifact and an emperor artifact at that. There was too much he didn't know, so he could only give a general explanation. Hearing him say this, everyone nodded. So, this is Yang Kai's doing? Is he here? Zhang Yuan showed a suspicious look as he released his divine sense to investigate, a moment later a look of shock appearing on his face. He really is here. He seems to be in retreat with Xia Girl. These fluctuations of power are quite strange. Could it be his Tao of space? It should be. While everyone was talking, the expansion of the small sealed world did not stop. From its original size of 100 kilometers, it expanded to 10,000 kilometers before gradually subsiding. At the edge of this small sealed world, there seemed to be some kind of obscure force blocking the fluctuations of Yang Kai's Tao of space, making it impossible to see the full picture. There's actually a cluster of buildings over there. Lei Long's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw a new cluster of buildings in the distance. Those buildings weren't too densely built. Although they looked scattered and disorderly, they were scattered all over the place as if they were hiding something. Should we go and take a look? Everyone was curious and wanted to ask around. Haha, this old man will be the vanguard first. The old demon laughed loudly as he turned into a ray of light and rushed over, seemingly fearless. The others slowly shook their heads and followed closely behind. Yang Xiaozhu and the other three looked at each other in dismay. Then they smiled bitterly and followed after him. After a short while, everyone arrived at the location of the building complex. As soon as they set foot on this place, everyone's spirits were shaken. This was because the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was actually 2 to 3 times denser than the original location. This also meant that if one could cultivate here, the efficiency would be at least twice as high as before. This place is not bad. My monster race wants to occupy a part of it. Lei Long did not decline. He stretched out his hand and drew out a large area. Then my demon race will occupy this area. Zhang Yuan followed suit. Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya glanced at each other, the former calmly declaring, then leave the rest to my human race. After a few words, the masters of the 3 races divided up this new cluster of buildings, each occupying a large piece of land. It seems that the world energy aura in this new world is much richer. If Yang Kai opens up a new world in the future, it should be even better than this one, right? Chu Ling Xiao mused. That should be the case. I just don't know how big this place is. If it's big enough, this senior is willing to stay here for the rest of his life. Zhang Yuan laughed. He suddenly realized that his decision to take the elites of the demon race and follow Yang Kai out of Tongshan realm was the correct one. If he had stayed in Tongshan realm, how could he have had the opportunity to break through to the Saint King realm? How could he have had the opportunity to explore a higher martial Tao? Perhaps even until he died of old age, he would never be able to surpass the achievements of Great Demon God. But now, the legend of Great Demon God had been broken by countless people. Zhang Yuan thought so, but how could Thunder Dragon not? His heart was filled with gratitude towards Yang Kai. Over the next few days, the human, monster, and demon races collectively moved out, abandoning the lofts they had built before and pouring into this new cluster of buildings. Time flew by and soon 3 months had passed. Yang Kai exited his retreat. Xianing Chang was still in front of the loft when Yang Kai called her in to understand the situation inside the small sealed world. After learning about the huge changes here, she was quite surprised. The expansion of the small sealed world was a matter of course. As his cultivation and understanding of the Tao of space deepened, the mysterious veil of this world would slowly be lifted and its true appearance would be revealed. Yang Kai was also very curious about how big this place was. However, the appearance of this new cluster of buildings was a bit surprising. This was not a bad thing though. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai took Xianing Chang to take a look around and confirmed that there was no danger and that the cultivation environment was 2 or 3 times better than the previous one, allowing him to relax. After that, Yang Kai went to see Qian Tong. Qian Tong was fine. Although he had suffered some minor injuries due to Luo Hai's suppression in the periphery of Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong had broken through to the Origin King realm after all, so his recovery speed was quite fast and he was now working hard to consolidate his realm. Everything was going well and Yang Kai was completely relieved. He personally found an excellent residence for Xianing Chang and continued to stay in the small sealed world. Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate his monster transformation secret art and develop the golden divine dragon source in his body. Being together with little senior sister, naturally, there would be no lack of romance and love. This period of time was the most comfortable period Yang Kai had spent in the past few decades. Pure Ice Island inside Ran Yunting's ice room. Su Yan was like a white flower blooming in a world of ice and snow, her aura cold, her white robes whiter than snow, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. "Do you want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yunting frowned. Su Yan had come to find her today and actually made such a request, which greatly surprised Ran Yunting. "Yes." Su Yan nodded. "Why do you suddenly want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yunting smiled. "Now is a critical time for you to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. Running out at this time is not a good thing. Moreover, the situation on Scarlet Wave Star is very dangerous right now. Although you have lived on the inner island for a long time, you may have heard some rumors. If you go out and meet someone from Brilliant Flame Sect, it would not be good. You also know that little bastard Wei Feng has been constantly thinking about you. Brilliant Flame Sect is also using this as an excuse to target our Ice Heart Valley and force us to hand you over." "Disciple understands," Su Yan nodded lightly. "It is because of this that Disciple wants to go out for life experience. Perhaps, after walking around outside for a while, Disciple's cultivation will improve." "And it's not impossible." Ran Yunting felt somewhat awkward. Ran Yunting was a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, Su Yan would have said she wanted to go out for life experience, and she certainly wouldn't have stopped her, but although her disciple was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, in terms of combat effectiveness, she was not inferior to a third-order origin returning realm master. She belonged to the category of geniuses who could fight above their realm, an elite among elites. With her Ice Crystal Jade body and Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, there were few who could match her under the Origin King realm. A cultivator's cultivation was not something that could be done behind closed doors. Going out for life experience had always been the only way to grow. But now, the situation on Scarlet Wave Star had suddenly changed, so how could Ran Yunting feel at ease letting Su Yan go out? Just as she was thinking about what excuse to use to make Su Yan give up on this idea and obediently stay on Pure Ice Island, Ran Yunting suddenly seemed to have discovered something and stared at Su Yan, her brow furrowing slightly. Immediately, she released her divine sense and scanned Su Yan. "What happened to your cultivation? What caused your Jade Ice Heart to be covered in dust? Why does your cultivation seem to have declined?" Ran Yunting's beautiful face paled. She suddenly noticed that Su Yan's cultivation, compared to a few days ago, had actually declined instead of rising. Although this decrease was very small, Ran Yunting, as her master, was naturally aware of it. This caused Ran Yunting's eyes to fill with amazement. Although Su Yan's aptitude was not top-notch, because of her special constitution and Pure Ice Island's secret art, it was enough to make up for some of the deficiencies in her aptitude. What's more, her aptitude was indeed excellent. Perhaps there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her. Her cultivation had always been increasing, so this kind of strange situation had never occurred before. Ran Yunting's expression changed again and again. "You actually suffered a backlash from your secret art. Did you fall in love with someone? What kind of person could make you fall in love?" At this moment, her face was almost ferocious as the Saint Chi in her body roared wildly. Cultivating the Ice Jade secret art would allow Su Yan to possess a Jade Ice Heart. As long as her Jade Ice Heart was pure enough, her cultivation would advance rapidly. On the other hand, she would suffer a backlash from her secret art. The more turbid her Jade Ice Heart became, the greater the price she would have to pay. The number one enemy that could cause her Jade Ice Heart to become turbid was falling in love. This was something that any cultivator who cultivated the Ice Jade secret art had to avoid at all costs. The Jade Ice Heart was pure and untainted, but emotions were like thick ink that could quickly contaminate it. Ran Yunting understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. "No, you live in the inner island all year round and have never had a chance to come into contact with men from the outside world." Ran Yunting quickly shook her head, but suddenly remembered something and grit her teeth. "Su Yan, tell Master, is this related to the portrait you saw a few days ago? Do you know that man?" Ran Yunting was also a quick-witted person, so she thought of countless possibilities in a very short time, but this was the most likely. When Su Yan saw the portrait that day, the strange look on her face appeared in Ran Yunting's mind, which made her even more certain of this speculation. Facing her honored master's questioning, Su Yen bit her lower lip lightly, a trace of guilt flashing across her face, but it quickly disappeared and she softly said, "Disciple does know him." Ran Yunting's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, What is your relationship with him?" "He's my junior brother and also my man." When she said this, a faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face, making her look extremely sweet. Chapter 1629. Ran Yunting was dumbfounded. Since she brought Su Yan back to Pure Ice Island nearly 30 years ago, she had never seen Su Yan smile. Today was the first time. This sudden smile was in stark contrast to the cold and aloof expression she had displayed before. Coupled with Su Yan's almost flawless face, Ran Yunting couldn't help falling into a daze for a moment. She couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority in her heart. Soon, Ran Yunting dispelled these distracting thoughts and asked with a gloomy face, "You actually had a man? When did this happen?" "It was a long time before I met Honored Master." "Did you have any intimate contact with him?" Ran Yunting continued to ask. An intoxicating blush appeared on Su Yan's cheeks as she nodded lightly. Ran Yunting's body trembled as if she had lost all her strength, and she stumbled back 2 steps, her eyes filled with obvious disappointment as she asked bitterly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Honored Master never asked." Su Yan bit her red lips lightly. Ran Yunting continued, "I didn't ask because your aura was so pure that Honored Master thought you were a virgin. But since you have had intimate contact with a man, why is your aura not turbid?" Once a woman had intimate contact with a man, there would be some residual yang qi in her body, enough to break the purity of her aura. Su Yan's aura was extremely clean and untainted. Ran Yunting would never have dreamed that she was no longer a virgin. Was it because of her special physique? It was also possible. Su Yan's physique was obviously not innate, but rather acquired. Perhaps when her physique was formed, her aura had become pure. "You don't know how to cherish yourself." Ran Yunting grit her teeth and shouted. "Disciple has disappointed Honored Master." Su Yan lowered her eyes. "If I had known about this, I would never have allowed you to cultivate the Ice Jade secret art." Ran Yunting said bitterly, her great expectations turning into disappointment as she said with red eyes, "Did you know that once you cultivate the Ice Jade secret art, you will suffer backlash from the secret art? Your current situation is still quite mild, but if you continue like this, your Saint Chi will dissipate and you will eventually become a cripple." Disciple didn't know. Su Yan shook her head, showing no fear. She came to Pure Ice Island and worshipped Ran Yunting as her master. Whatever Ran Yunting told her to cultivate, she naturally cultivated, so how could she ask any questions? It wasn't until a few days ago when there was a problem with her cultivation method that she realized it. Ran Yunting's expression changed as she realized the seriousness of the situation. Although she was disappointed that Su Yan had concealed her love history, she still had high hopes for this disciple of hers, so she hurriedly said, "Su Yan, it's not too late. You need to cut the Gordian knot and sever your feelings, otherwise, your cultivation will continue to decline until you become an ordinary person. At that time, no one will be able to save you." "Cut off the threads of love?" Su Yan raised her eyes and looked towards Ran Yunting, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she slowly but firmly shook her head. "Honored Master, please forgive me, disciple will not do such a thing." "You." Ran Yunting pointed a finger at Su Yan, unable to utter a single word. Su Yan smiled again. "If I can see him again, even if this disciple is reduced to an ordinary person, I am willing." Ran Yunting's expression froze as she stared at Su Yan in a daze. "Are these your heartfelt words? You won't regret it?" Su Yan nodded. "Have you ever thought that you are only doing this for a moment of pleasure? If you really become an ordinary person, your lifespan will be less than 100 years, and you will eventually grow old. At that time, which man will be interested in you? The man you fancy may leave you in the end." Su Yan's tender body trembled as a trace of fear flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Ran Yunting saw her expression, she knew she had a chance and was about to strike while the iron was hot, but before she could do so, the fear in Su Yan's eyes dissipated. Su Yan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, whispering softly, "If I can be with him again, disciple is willing. Before I grow old, disciple will leave and not let him see disciple like this." "You're making me angry." Ran Yunting's chest heaved violently. She had never discovered that her disciple had such a stubborn and unreasonable side to her. "Honored Master, disciple wants to go out." Su Yan quickly said. "You want to go out and find that man?" Ran Yunting looked at her coldly. She had thought Su Yan wanted to go out and gain experience in order to break through her current bottleneck, but now, how could she not understand her disciple's true purpose? She obviously wanted to go out and find traces of the man in the painting. Yes, please grant my wish, honored master. Su Yan did not deny it. Wishful thinking. Ran Yun Ting coldly snorted. During this time, you will obediently stay in the inner island and don't even think about taking a single step out. Master will find a way to solve your current difficulties. I hope you won't disappoint Master again. Honored Master. Su Yan called out anxiously. Ran Yun Ting coldly snorted and shouted, "Come." Two women immediately walked in from the door, both of them having first-order origin returning realm cultivations, cupped their fists and asked, "What orders does Great Elder have?" "Take Su Yan away and keep a close eye on her. If she dares to take even half a step out of her residence, I will hold you responsible." The two women looked at each other with puzzled expressions, not knowing what Su Yan had done to provoke Great Elder to such an extent. One had to know that Great Elder had always been proud of Su Yan and had declared countless times in front of outsiders that the best decision she had ever made in her life was to accept Su Yan as her disciple. Su Yan would definitely become the first person to bring glory to Ice Heart Valley. But now Ran Yun Ting was obviously furious and even wanted to put Su Yan under house arrest. What happened? The two women didn't dare to ask and just glanced at Su Yan thoughtfully before saying, "Junior sister Su, please." Honored Master. Su Yan looked at Ran Yun Ting pleadingly, hoping she would change her mind. "Take her away." Ran Yun Ting turned her back to Su Yan and shouted, as if she didn't want to see her again. "Junior sister Su, please don't embarrass us." Of the two women, the taller one frowned and urged impatiently. Su Yan looked at Ran Yun Ting's back and sighed softly, knowing that it was useless to say anything now, so she could only bow and leave. Soon only Ran Yun Ting was left in the ice room. She stared at the portrait hanging on the ice wall with a furious glare, as if she wanted to cut the man in it into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly she raised her hand and struck out. With a bang, the portrait was instantly reduced to dust. "Boy, don't fall into this queen's hands, or I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces." Ran Yun Ting swore to herself. As long as Su Yan still had the slightest bit of remorse, she would immediately kill Yang Kai to dispel Su Yan's heart demon. If Su Yan didn't want to cut off her feelings, then Ran Yun Ting, her honored master, would do it for her. As long as that man died, Su Yan's path forward would no longer be obstructed and she would no longer suffer the backlash of her Ice Jade secret art. Perhaps Su Yan would remain silent for a while, but Ran Yun Ting believed that as time passed, Su Yan would only be grateful to her and not resent her. After thinking about it for a moment, Ran Yun Ting quickly left her ice room and went to the ice peak where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion. She had to consult the Supreme Elder about this matter. In fact, she wasn't sure if her method would work, but if she could get the Supreme Elder's approval, then there would be no more worries. On the inner island of Pure Ice Island, ice roads crisscrossed and led in all directions. Many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples were walking around. The buildings on Pure Ice Island were also unique, as if they were carved from ice, giving off a chilling aura. Su Yan walked along the ice road in a daze towards her ice room step by step. The two female disciples who were responsible for guarding her followed closely behind her, exchanging glances with their divine senses. "Senior Sister Zhou, what do you think Su Yan did to make Great Elder so angry?" the shorter woman asked curiously. The taller Senior Sister Zhou coldly snorted, "Great Elder didn't say, so how could I know? However, this matter is no trivial matter, otherwise Great Elder wouldn't have put Su Yan under house arrest. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she entered Ice Heart Valley, her eyes have always been at the top of her head, never putting us senior sisters in her eyes. Even when we meet, she doesn't even greet us. She has no etiquette at all. And isn't she just relying on Great Elder's favor?" The petite woman smiled. Now that she has angered Great Elder, it seems she will fall out of favor. Let's see how she can act arrogantly in the future. As senior sisters, it's time for us to teach her how to behave. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly, feeling very happy. Today's sky seemed a little different from before. Just as she was walking, Su Yan suddenly came to a halt, her originally absent-minded eyes suddenly brightening as she turned her gaze towards a certain direction. Immediately after, her figure flickered and disappeared from where she stood. The two women who had been following her changed their expressions, thinking Su Yan was trying to escape, but when they turned their heads, they saw her running towards a few of her fellow disciples. "What's going on?" The woman surnamed Zhou showed a displeased look and hurried over. The few Ice Heart Valley disciples who had been whispering to each other all wore confused looks, not understanding why Su Yan had suddenly run over. The woman leading them, who was a powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivator, frowned as she looked at Su Yan and asked in surprise, "Are you Great Elder's disciple, Su Yan?" "She's Su Yan? I heard that she was only a third-order saint when she entered Ice Heart Valley, but now, in less than 30 years, she's almost reached the second-order origin returning realm. I've also heard of her, so that's how it is." The several women's interest was piqued as they looked Su Yan up and down, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Su Yan nodded, "Greetings, senior sisters. And do you need something?" The woman leading them asked. "I just heard several senior sisters discussing this. The person in the painting, have you seen him before?" Su Yan pointed to the portrait in the woman's hand. "You mean this guy?" The woman raised the portrait and chuckled, "I've seen him before." Su Yan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, when did you see him? Is he well?" Chapter 1630. The woman frowned and asked curiously, "Does junior sister also know this person?" Hearing this question, Su Yan realized that she had lost her composure a little. While walking just now, she had suddenly heard someone talking about Yang Kai and had immediately rushed over. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan restrained the strange look on her face and nodded, "And I know him. Senior sister, can you tell me when you met him and how he is doing? Junior sister can't thank you enough." Junior sister's relationship with him seems to be quite deep. The woman leading the group chuckled, not intending to get to the bottom of the matter. "Naturally I can tell you, but it happened a few years ago." "A few years ago?" Su Yan frowned. "And junior sister, you also know that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, I went there with several other sect brothers. It was there that I met him. If it weren't for his help, we senior sister and I would have suffered heavy casualties at the hands of Brilliant Flame Sect's Kong Wendong. He helped us and even killed Kong Wendong." He killed Kong Wendong. Kong Wendong was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but he was able to kill him. Doesn't that mean he is very powerful? The people who had been chatting with this woman before were amazed. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, the first cultivator battle Yang Kai encountered was between this woman and Kong Wendong over an ancient secluded home. Yang Kai's True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture and Purple Origin Furnace were obtained at that time. "Can you tell me more about it?" Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at the other woman expectantly. The woman looked at Su Yan thoughtfully for a moment before seemingly realizing something and nodding, "Yes." Immediately, she recounted what happened in the Emperor Garden a few years ago. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples listened with great interest while Su Yan fell into a daze. "He's already so powerful." Su Yan didn't know who Kong Wendong was, but from the exclamations of her fellow sect brothers and sisters nearby, she could infer some information. Kong Wendong was definitely a top master in the third-order origin returning realm, and Yang Kai was actually able to kill him a few years ago. At that time he was still just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Now that a few years had passed, just what realm Yang Kai had reached? What kind of combat power did he possess? Her junior brother, her own man, such an amazing man. A faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face and all of Pure Ice Island seemed to light up for a moment. "Junior sister Su, hurry, don't make things difficult for us." Su Yan's eyes, "Senior sister, juniors, seniors." "That's right. If the Great Elder finds out about this, he'll definitely punish us. When that time comes, junior sister Su, will you take the punishment for us?" Another woman also shouted. Everyone else looked at them in surprise before turning to look at Su Yan, not understanding what was going on. Su Yan thanked the senior sister who had told her about Yang Kai's situation before saying goodbye and continuing to walk towards her ice palace, her pace light, her previous worries swept away. At the bottom of the Blue River, the sealed world bead was covered in silt, having been silent for more than a year. One day, a school of foot-long fish swam above the sealed world bead, sticking close to the silt. The fish at the front swung their tails, stirring up the silt, creating a whirlpool of water that dragged the sealed world bead to the surface. The fish that came after opened their mouths and swallowed the sealed world bead into their bellies, wriggling about uncomfortably for a while before continuing to swim downstream with the school of fish as if nothing had happened. More than 10 days later, the school of fish rushed into a vast lake. As soon as they entered this place, a huge shadow appeared at the bottom of the water. This shadow opened its mouth wide and sucked in a large number of fish like a whale, leaving less than a fifth of the school of fish that had flowed downstream. After a long time, the shadow burped and left in satisfaction. A few days later, more than 10,000 kilometers away from the entrance to the lake, an iron ship was slowly sailing on the surface of the lake. On the iron ship, a group of cultivators in tight robes were circulating their Saint Chi, releasing their secret techniques and artifacts to fight a huge shadow below the ship. After half an hour, the shadow was killed, and the cultivators were overjoyed as they fished it out of the lake. This was a strange fish that was around 15 meters long. Its eyes were like copper gongs and were extremely scarlet red. Its mouth was filled with jagged fangs, and it looked extremely savage and terrifying. Its tail was like a meteor hammer and was covered with barbs. Many of the cultivators were injured while fighting this strange fish, but at this moment, they were sitting not far away with happy faces, healing their wounds while looking at their trophies. Uncle Wang, this meteor fish is really big. Looking at its power just now, it's almost a peak 8th order monster beast. A young man in the First Order St. King realm stood next to the strange fish, kicking its belly while smiling at an old man in blue robes not far away. The old man smiled, stroked his beard and nodded. Yes, this is a meteor fish that has grown to its limit. It is indeed a peak 8th order monster beast. Ah, we've made a profit this time. The monster core of a meteor fish is extremely rare. It can be sold for at least 200,000 Saint crystals, much more valuable than the monster core of a monster beast of the same level. The young man laughed. Yes, with this meteor fish, our trip was not in vain. Selling this monster core will provide for the needs of my Wang family's cultivator for 6 months. Uncle Wang, should I do it or will you do it yourself? The young man looked at the old man. You do it, this old master is old and can't bear to see blood. The old man said with a smile, and everyone on the ship laughed. The young man did not decline and took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger was about the length of an arm and was extremely sharp. After pouring his Saint Chi into it, it became even sharper. The young man skillfully cut open the meteor fish's belly and smoothly found a fist-sized monster core in its skull. He respectfully handed the monster core to the old man. The old man carefully examined it and said, "Good, this is an excellent monster core. It contains a rich water attribute concept. If a cultivator with water attribute secret techniques obtains it, their strength will definitely increase. And this old master will keep this monster core for the time being. When we return, I will hand it over to the patriarch to handle. Everyone on this trip will be rewarded." Hearing this, the cultivator who had just participated in the battle shouted excitedly, "This meteor fish is rare. I heard that its meat is delicious, so we can't waste it. Call someone over to handle it." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and entered the cabin. The young man stood there and scratched his head, then called a few people to handle the fish. The young man was naturally unwilling to do this kind of chores. The people who handled the fish were the ones with the lowest cultivation on the ship. They generally did not participate in the battle and were only responsible for doing chores to earn some Saint crystals. Although the meteor fish was big, it was not troublesome to handle. After a short while, everything was done. The fresh fish was preserved in a special way, while the fish intestines and organs were thrown into the lake. On the ship, in a very simple and crude cabin, a young girl about 16 or 17 years old closed the door tightly and came to herself. She looked around as if she had a guilty conscience. Then she carefully reached into her bosom and took out an inconspicuous bead. The bead was only the size of a longan fruit and did not look special. However, the girl's heartbeat sounded from her chest. "Is this an inner core?" the girl muttered to herself. Her face was flushed with excitement. She bit her thin lips and looked at the bead in her palm with uncertainty. Just now, she was also one of the people who handled the fish and inadvertently found this bead in the belly of the fish. She then hid it. She thought it was the inner core of the meteor fish. Now that she recalled her actions, she was still scared. Since she came out with the family's iron ship, everything she obtained should belong to the family. She did not know why she was so obsessed that she actually kept the bead. Obviously, it was impossible to hand it over now. If she did, she might be punished by the family law. This is not an inner core. The girl had not yet calmed down and found an excuse to ease the guilt in her heart. After all, the inner core had been taken away by Uncle Wang. She had never heard of a monster beast that gave birth to 2 inner cores. Moreover, this bead did not have any energy fluctuations. Obviously, it was not an inner core. If it was not an inner core, what was it? Why was it in the belly of the fish? The girl tilted her head and continued to look at the bead in her hand. She was puzzled. At this moment, the bead seemed to flash, and then mysteriously disappeared from her hand. A person appeared in front of her like a ghost. The girl's face suddenly turned white. She was stunned and looked forward. Standing in front of her was a young man who looked around 25 or 26 years old. His expression was still a little confused. It seemed that he was also a little confused about the current situation. For eyes met. The girl's beautiful eyes showed panic. She opened her small mouth and was about to shout. Yang Kai's eyes were quick. He reached out and covered her mouth. The girl struggled, punching and kicking Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of fear, as if Yang Kai was a wicked person. Don't shout, don't move. Yang Kai frowned and shouted. He still did not understand what had happened, but the moment he came out, he knew that he was on an iron ship. There were many people on the ship. Although the strongest one was only the First Order Origin returning realm, which was nothing to be afraid of, Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble. He could only treat this girl roughly. The girl was unmoved and continued to struggle. Seeing that his attempts to persuade her were useless, Yang Kai suddenly grinned wickedly, his eyes flashing an evil light as he swept his eyes over the young girl's delicate figure, whispering in a low voice, "If you don't cooperate obediently, this king will kill you first, then kill everyone on this ship and throw them overboard to feed the fish." The girl's delicate body trembled, and a pleading look appeared in her beautiful eyes. She kept shaking her head and tears flowed out. She was obviously very uneasy. However, after being frightened, she became obedient and stopped struggling. Chapter 1631. That's more like it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking for a moment before continuing, "I'm not afraid to tell you that if this king wanted to, he could crush everyone on this ship to dust. The strongest old man on this ship is just a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator, but this king is merciful and doesn't want to do so. I hope you can think about your family and friends. If you really annoy this king, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." The girl's beautiful eyes bulged as she nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai casually mentioning the realm of the strongest person on this ship made the girl realize that this young man might really be terrifying. Of course, she didn't dare to take her life or the lives of her clansmen as a joke. Yang Kai let go of her and sure enough, the girl stopped shouting and just stared at him in fear, not saying a word. "Good, don't be afraid. Although this king isn't a good person, he isn't an evil person either. As long as you are obedient, there will be benefits for you," Yang Kai comforted. The girl's courage was quite big. After experiencing the initial shock and fear, seeing Yang Kai's amiable look, she calmed down a lot, but she still didn't dare to speak at will and just stood there uneasily. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully scanned the surrounding environment, faintly guessing why he had appeared here. At that time, he had hidden the sealed world bead at the bottom of a river, but now it seemed that the sealed world bead had been inadvertently obtained by this girl. As for how she had obtained it, Yang Kai wasn't sure. The other party's cultivation was only a third-order transcendent, not even a saint yet. Her figure was slender and she looked very delicate. "Where is this place and who are you?" Yang Kai collected his thoughts, found a chair to sit down and asked the girl. The girl gulped, suppressed the panic in her heart and replied in a trembling voice, "Reporting to Senior, this is Thorn Lake and we are from the Wang family." Thorn Lake Wang family? Yang Kai had never heard of it before and guessed it was a small family on this origin star. Now that he had come out of the sealed world bead, his first task was to find out if Luohai was still on Scarlet Wave Star. Although he felt that more than a year had passed and Luohai probably wouldn't come looking for him again, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Yang Kai didn't dare to act too ostentatiously, so he decided to force this young girl to speak, hoping to obtain some information from her. It was unlikely that this girl knew anything, but Luohai was still a second-order origin king, so his every move was likely to attract attention. What if this girl knew something? What's this star of light called? Yang Kai asked again. Scarlet Wave Star. The young girl looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai frowned and immediately remembered that he had dealt with many cultivator of Scarlet Wave Star. Without even mentioning the people from Brilliant Flame Sect and Iceheart Valley, the Su Dingyang he met in the blood prison seemed to be from Scarlet Wave Star. Before he died, Su Dingyang had asked Yang Kai to go to Blue Feather Sect and inform them of his death. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would stumble upon this star of light. Is there a Brilliant Flame Sect in Iceheart Valley here? The young girl nodded. The girl nodded, Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star and both have origin kings. After answering Yang Kai's questions, the young girl's mood calmed down a lot and her courage grew significantly. She took the initiative to step forward and pour a glass of water for Yang Kai. She also saw that Yang Kai really didn't look like a bad person. There are origin kings. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know much about these two sects, but judging from the strength of the people he had come into contact with, it was only natural for them to have a cultivator of this level. Is there a sect called Blue Feather Sect? Yang Kai asked again. The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened for a moment. Does Senior have any friendship with Blue Feather Sect? Not really, you just have to answer my question. The young girl's face changed slightly as she nodded quickly. Yes. Our Wang clan is one of the clans under the Qingyu clan. Yang Kai raised his brow. Is that so? Junior wouldn't dare deceive you. The young girl bit her red lips. Then tell me, what is the name of Blue Feather Sect's sect master? Sect master Su Ding Yang. Yang Kai gently nodded. He observed the young girl's expression carefully and found that she had no intention of deceiving him. After confirming that she wasn't lying, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a space ring and handing it to her. Senior, this is, your Blue Feather Sect master died in the blood prison. This is his space ring. I only met him once, but before he died, he asked me to report to Blue Feather Sect if I had the opportunity to visit Scarlet Wave Star. Now that I've met you, I'll leave this task to you. Take this space ring to Blue Feather Sect and they will naturally confirm it. Sect Master died? The young girl was shocked. In her opinion, Blue Feather Sect's Sect Master's cultivation was unfathomable, a power she could never hope to obtain in her lifetime, but such a powerful master had actually died. The young girl couldn't help feeling dazed. Yang Kai gave her some time to digest this information before asking, What is your name? Junior's name is Wang Ying. Yang Kai nodded. Wang Ying, did anything major happen on Scarlet Wave Star recently? Was there a master or master who came here? Master or master? Wang Ying was at a loss and shook her head. This Junior does not know, but if there is a major event, there really is one. Tell me about it. Immediately, Wang Ying told him the news that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley were both looking for a certain person. Although Wang Ying did not know what this person looked like, she had heard that he was a young man between 20 and 30 years old. Yang Kai knew something was wrong when he heard this. Could it be me? And judging from the timing, it happened right after he arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai could understand why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him. After all, when he was in the blood prison, Yang Kai happened to hear that Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder had some friendship with Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star, he would definitely have asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help find him. But why was Ice Heart Valley also looking for him? Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley had interacted before, but that was in the Emperor Garden. He had no grievances with Ice Heart Valley, so why were they looking for him? The matter of the Emperor artifact and the Origin Essence Crystal would never be leaked. Luo Hai's goal was to obtain these two things, so how could he allow others to meddle with them? Yang Kai thought about it for a while but could not figure out the reason. Senior? Wang Ying saw Yang Kai in a daze and could not help calling out. I'm very satisfied with your answer. This is for you. Kai Yang casually tossed out a package and placed it on the table. Then he stood up and with a slight sway, he disappeared from the room. Wang Ying did not see how he disappeared at all. Standing in the same place for a while, Wang Ying gasped for breath, and a feeling of surviving a disaster filled her heart. She slowly stepped forward, walked over to the table, opened the package and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the package were at least 20 exquisite jade bottles, all of which contained some miraculous elixirs. No one noticed Yang Kai leaving the iron ship. After leaving the ship, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew forward. Scarlet Wave Star was not safe, and Luo Hai had actually used someone else's help to find him. Yang Kai wanted to leave this place quickly, otherwise once Luo Hai discovered his whereabouts, it would be troublesome. Now that his control of the Tao of Space had improved, although he was not worried about dying at Luo Hai's hands, being chased by such a master was not a pleasant thing. How to leave this place safely was the biggest problem. The divine sense of an Origin King Realm Master was astonishing, and who knew if Luo Hai and Brilliant Flame Sect were paying attention to the movements of the cultivator who left Scarlet Wave Star. If he was discovered, it would be no different from throwing himself into a trap. It would be safer to remain on Scarlet Wave Star. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai let his imagination run wild. This was the first time he was being chased by an Origin King Realm Master, and one who was a Star Master at that. The pressure was truly like a mountain. Scarlet Wave Star was currently in a turbulent situation. Although Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley had always been at odds with each other and there was often friction between them, there had never been a time when they were at odds with each other like this. The sects and families affiliated with the two great forces had all been mobilized. Battles could be seen almost everywhere on Scarlet Wave Star, and every day a cultivator would die. As Yang Kai flew, he witnessed countless large and small battles. Small ones involved two people fighting one-on-one while large ones involved hundreds or thousands of people fighting. The scene was extremely lively. One day as Yang Kai was flying high up in the sky, he heard shouts coming from below. Yang Kai looked down and found that at least 600 people had gathered below, divided into two camps, and were currently engaged in a fierce battle. Needless to say, this was a conflict between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Both sides had lost a cultivator and their blood had dyed the earth red. The brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and flew past directly. Flying a few dozen kilometers forward, Yang Kai could still sense the fluctuations of a battle coming from below. However, this time, the battle was between three people and seemed to have been separated from the larger battlefield. Two men were besieging a woman, their cultivations not high. The woman was a second-order Saint King and so were the two men. With the same realm, they had the advantage in numbers. The woman tried to escape but was unable to break free from the pincer attack of the two men. The two men seemed to be quite afraid of the woman's methods and did not dare to force her, instead choosing to engage in a skirmish with the intention of exhausting her Saint Chi. The woman was wearing white robes and exuded an icy aura while the two men were fire attribute cultivators. Their bodies seemed to be surrounded by raging flames, easily dispelling the woman's frigid aura. While attacking her from both sides, they also spoke rudely to disturb her concentration. Due to their fire attributes, the woman was in an extremely difficult situation. As Yang Kai flew past, he frowned and glanced down. The woman's side appeared in Yang Kai's line of sight and Yang Kai, who was flying quickly, suddenly came to a stop. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the woman, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. The woman's body was light and graceful, her hair fluttering in the wind as she occasionally presented herself in front of Yang Kai. It's her. Yang Kai's body trembled as an astonishing brilliance flashed across his eyes. He had never expected to meet this woman on Scarlet Wave Star. Chapter 1632. Madam, this Lu advises you to surrender obediently so you can suffer less. This Lu is also a man of character and does not wish to embarrass a woman. On the battlefield below, one of the older men shouted as he attacked, seemingly trying to persuade the woman to give up resisting. The other man, who looked slightly younger, coldly snorted and said, "Brother Lu, why bother talking nonsense with her? This woman's figure is quite good, just wait until my brother and I capture her alive. We'll enjoy her and then harvest her essence chi, making her beg for death." Although Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivator cultivated the fire attribute, they had a secret technique that allowed them to use Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute Saint Chi to improve their cultivation in a very short time. The two sects had been opposing each other for countless years, and many of Ice Heart Valley's women had mysteriously disappeared, most of them being taken captive by Brilliant Flame Sect. The fate of these women could be imagined. Although this secret technique was somewhat dangerous to Brilliant Flame Sect's cultivators, many of them did not fear it and instead flocked to it, taking pride in humiliating and plundering Ice Heart Valley's women. Brilliant Flame Sect's elders also never paid them any heed. The sight of these two Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators playing the role of bad cop greatly shook the woman's heart. Despicable. Shameless. The woman grit her teeth and shouted as she pushed her Saint Chi and summoned countless jade-like birds made of ice attribute energy. These birds cried out as they shot out in all directions, attempting to interfere with the vision of the two men. Want to run? The younger Brilliant Flame Zone wore a fierce look as his fire attribute Saint Chi surged, making him look like a burning fireball as he charged towards the incoming birds without hesitation. The ice melted and the flames soared. The young man surnamed Lu took advantage of this situation and threw a punch through the gaps between these birds. A huge flame tiger phantom suddenly appeared and let out a roar that shook the heavens as it opened its bloody maw and pounced towards the woman. The woman was caught in a pincer attack, and although she tried her best to resolve the crisis, her shoulder was still grazed by the flame tiger, leaving a half-meter long wound from which blood gushed out. Her figure staggered, but by the time she stabilized herself, the two brilliant flame sect masters had already arrived in front of her. The woman revealed an expression of despair, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of yearning for life. However, this trace of yearning was quickly shattered, and then it transformed into the will to seek death. She knew that if she really fell into the hands of brilliant flame sect, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, when the women of Ice Heart Valley went out, the elders would often tell them to commit suicide rather than be captured. Every female disciple of Ice Heart Valley remembered these words. Not good, this servant wants to die. The younger brilliant flame sect master was shocked. He had fought many people from Ice Heart Valley before and had seen this scene before him, so he naturally knew what the other party wanted to do. It's not that easy to die. The man surnamed Lu smiled slyly and stretched out his hand. A rope-like artifact suddenly shot out and tied up the woman as if it had a mind of its own. Then he pulled the rope back and the woman was immediately tied up tightly. The fluctuating Saint Chi fluctuations suddenly subsided, and the woman stood in place, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. Haha, this Lu's origin binding rope was specially made by an artifact refining grandmaster for your Ice Heart Valley. Now that you've been tied up by this origin binding rope, don't even think about detonating your Saint Chi. Seeing that he had succeeded, the man surnamed Lu didn't bother to disguise himself as he stared at the woman with an evil expression on his face. Kill me. The woman struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to circulate her Saint Chi. The rope-like artifact binding her seemed to have the power to restrain her Saint Chi. The other party was not wrong, this artifact was indeed specially made for Ice Heart Valley, and now that she was tied up, she couldn't circulate her Saint Chi at all. How could I be willing to kill you? The man surnamed Lu smiled wickedly. It's not easy to capture someone from Ice Heart Valley alive, and you're so beautiful, this Lu can't wait to see you die. The woman's face went pale as she could almost foresee how miserable her fate would be in the future. You want to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Aren't you dreaming? The younger man coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and sent a strand of Saint Chi into the woman's body, causing her to suddenly stiffen in place, unable to even speak. Let's leave here first. The man surnamed Lu glanced over at the big battlefield a few dozen kilometers away, not intending to help. For him, capturing an enemy alive was more than enough. Junior brother will go with you, the other man grinned meaningfully. Naturally, junior brother will be there as well. The man surnamed Lu understood and stepped forward to pick up the subdued woman. But he had only taken 3 steps when his vision blurred and a figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, standing between him and the woman. The man surnamed Lu was startled and instinctively leapt back a few dozen meters before vigilantly staring at the newcomer and shouting, "Who is this friend?" The other party didn't speak and simply stared at him coldly. The bone-chilling coldness in the other party's eyes was almost tangible, causing the man who cultivated the fire attribute to feel a chill run down his spine. Brother? The younger cultivator also realized that something was wrong. The young man who had suddenly appeared was staring at them with an unfriendly face and murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously he wasn't one of them. The man surnamed Lu frowned before his eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, "It's you." He obviously recognized the identity of this person. As soon as he said this, he didn't hesitate to use his movement skill to escape into the distance. The other cultivator was stunned for a moment and didn't dare to stay in place any longer, also transforming into a streak of fire as he tried to escape. The newcomer had ill intentions and was an origin-returning realm cultivator. They were no match for him at all. Although they were reluctant to part with the woman they were about to capture, compared to her, their own lives were more important. Moreover, both of them had recognized that this person was the one they had been looking for. More than 30 years had passed since they parted. This kind of parting was different from the parting of Xia Ningchang. Although Yang Kai had not seen Xia Ningchang for many years, he knew that she was in Tongxian realm, waiting for him there. Su Yin was different. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know where she was, how she was doing, or whether she was safe. This kind of worry was far more torturous than longing. Qing Ye's words made him smile. His smile was filled with relief. "Are you really together?" Yang Kai asked again. "Where is she now?" "She's not here now, she's in Ice Heart Valley." "Ice Heart Valley? You joined Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai was stunned. Chapter 1633. Su Yan and Qingya had actually joined Ice Heart Valley. The world was truly unpredictable. A few years ago, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had dealt with the people of Ice Heart Valley, and after accidentally coming to Scarlet Wave Star, he learned that Ice Heart Valley was quite powerful. However, he had never expected that Su Yan and Qingya would actually join Ice Heart Valley. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to look for them long ago. However, Ice Heart Valley only accepted women and was famous for its ice attribute and secret techniques, so it was indeed very suitable for Su Yan and Qingya. After all, Ice Sect and Ice Heart Valley had the same philosophy. Su Yan misses you very much, but she can't return to Tongshan realm. She always told me that when she has the ability to travel through Tongshan territory alone, she will definitely come back to find you. Qingya looked at Yang Kai, thinking that he had been staying on Tongshan realm all these years. I know, I've also been looking for her all these years. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but just as he was about to ask Qingya about Su Yan's situation, he suddenly frowned and said, "This is not the place to talk, let's leave here first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped Qingya in his Saint Chi before quickly taking her away. After a dozen breaths, a group of 7 or 8 cultivators arrived. After looking around for a while, the leader of this group asked suspiciously, "There were people here just now, how did they suddenly disappear?" "Maybe they sensed our auras and ran away," someone guessed. "And, let's not worry about that for now, our top priority is to support our sect." The leader waved his hand and led the others towards the battlefield. A few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, in a small city, Yang Kai and Qingya found an inn and booked a room. Inside the room, Yang Kai carefully asked about Su Yan's situation over the years. After learning that she was doing well, that not only had she entered Ice Heart Valley, but she had also worshipped Ice Heart Valley's great elder Ran Yun Ting as her master, Yang Kai was completely relieved. Ice Heart Valley had many Origin King Realm masters, so it was not a small force, and great elder Ran Yun Ting's cultivation was definitely not low. Being able to become her master was Su Yan's blessing. Yang Kai was vaguely grateful to this Ran Yun Ting. If not for her careful guidance, Su Yan would not have been able to grow to the level of a first-order origin returning realm in such a short time. Xiaoning Chang had refined the star source of Tongshan realm to achieve this, but Su Yan was able to stand on equal footing with Xiaoning Chang. It was obvious how outstanding Su Yan's aptitude was. Qingya even told him that Su Yan was already preparing to break through to the second order. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. As for why he was able to join Ice Heart Valley, it was mostly due to luck. According to Qingya, after they separated from Qianyu, they went to Green Mountain Star through the Void Corridor. She, Su Yan, and Qian Hao had worked hard on Green Mountain Star for a period of time, but at that time their cultivations were extremely low, only third order saints, so they couldn't earn enough saint crystals or spirit pills to meet their own needs. Until he met Ran Yun Ting. At that time, Ran Yun Ting had gone to Green Mountain Star for some reason, but after seeing Su Yan she was overjoyed and immediately expressed her desire to bring her back to Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could the three of them refuse such a good thing? After carefully inquiring about Ice Heart Valley's reputation, Su Yan and Qingya decided to join it. As for Qian Hao, because he was a man he couldn't join. However, Ran Yun Ting also arranged for Qian Hao to enter a sect affiliated with Ice Heart Valley. Now he was also a second-order Saint King. After listening to Qingya's story, Yang Kai's expression became strange. "So you really went to Green Mountain Star?" He smiled bitterly. Qianyu had stayed on Green Mountain Star for so long, but she had never been able to inquire about Su Yan and the others. It turned out she had arrived too late. If she had gone 20 or 30 years earlier she might have met them, but by the time Qianyu went to Green Mountain Star, Su Yan and the others had already gone to Scarlet Wave Star. "Oh right, Qianyu missed you very much." "You met Qianyu? Is she okay?" Qingya asked in surprise. After they separated that year, she didn't know how Qianyu was doing and had been worried about her all these years. Now hearing Yang Kai say this, Qingya was overjoyed. "Whether she's okay or not, you can ask her yourself." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Ask her myself?" Qingya frowned slightly, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai closed his eyes and used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead to find traces of Qianyu. After confirming that she was not in retreat, he reached out and released her from the sealed world bead. "What's the matter?" Qianyu appeared with a confused look on her face. "Look who this is." Yang Kai pointed behind her and said with a smile. Qianyu turned around and her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, tears filling them as she called out in a trembling voice, "Sect Master." "Qianyu?" Qingya was also extremely excited. Although the Starry Sky territory was wonderful, it could never erase their longing for their old friends. Back on Tongxian realm in Ice Sect, Qingya and Elder Qian Yu's relationship was extremely good, almost like sisters. Now that they had parted several dozen years ago, seeing each other again, they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Both of their eyes were a little red. After greeting each other and confirming that the other had been safe and sound all these years and that their cultivations had increased greatly, both were overjoyed. Yang Kai, you actually found Sect Master. Qian Yu looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Since meeting Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, Qian Yu had made it her goal to find Qingya and the others. This had almost become a sore point in her heart. Yang Kai had fulfilled her wish today. What about Su Yan? What about my brother? Are they okay? Qian Yu asked anxiously. Su Yan is fine. Your brother Qian Hao is also doing well. He's in a sect called the Illusion God Sect. You don't need to worry, Qingya comforted. That's good, that's good. Qian Yu's cheeks were wet as tears of joy flowed down her cheeks, but her face was full of smiles. Come, tell me about your situation over the years. I just told Yang Kai about us. Qingya took Qian Yu's hand, sat down and asked. Qian Yu answered truthfully. Learning that she had almost been reduced to a brothel girl, Qingya's cold face was covered with a layer of frost as she shot a grateful glance towards Yang Kai. Learning that Yang Kai had almost unified an entire star now, Qingya was shocked to the extreme. Even if there was no origin king on that star, it was definitely not a simple matter to unify it. Not only did it require an overwhelming advantage, but it also required a great deal of charisma. Time passed slowly, and the two women reunited after a long separation, seemingly having endless things to say. Yang Kai did not disturb them and simply sat quietly, listening attentively. It was not until evening that Qingya seemed to recover and glanced at Yang Kai embarrassedly. We seem to have talked too much. Senior Qingya is too serious, I can understand. If he were to reunite with Su Yan, he would likely do the same. Your cultivation is now far higher than mine, so there's no need to call me senior, Qingya smiled. Moreover, you are now the master of a sect. Whether it is status or identity, it is not something I can compare to. If I continue to call you senior, I'm afraid I will be too ashamed to show my face. Senior is senior. Yang Kai shook his head. He never felt that just because his strength had increased, he could despise his seniors. If you don't mind, you can call me elder sister, Qingya smiled. Su Yan and I are now senior sister from the same sect. This is star territory, no longer Tongxian realm. There is no need to dwell on the past, we should all look forward. Yang Kai nodded and said, then I will follow Su Yan and call you senior sister. That's good, Qingya nodded. Qingya nodded, thinking of Su Yan. She smiled knowingly. Su Yan should have heard about you by now. Although she lives on the inner island and is in retreat all year round, not having any contact with outsiders, I left her a letter before I left. She comes to visit me once a month, so when she sees that letter, she will definitely know you have arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Can I enter Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked expectantly. Do you want to go? Qingya frowned. Although Ice Heart Valley has treated me and Su Yan well, this time, Ice Heart Valley has mobilized in order to find you. I don't know the specific reason, but if you take the initiative to appear in Ice Heart Valley, who knows what will happen. Can Su Yan leave Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai asked again. Qingya shook her head. Great Elder has high expectations for Su Yan, and now that Su Yan is preparing to break through to the Second Order, the battles between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect are becoming more and more frequent. It is impossible for Great Elder to let Su Yan leave at this time. Then I want to go. Yang Kai quickly said. You. Qingya opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade him, but when she saw the firm look on his face, she knew that it would be useless no matter what she said, so she just sighed. Let me think about it. Yang Kai nodded and did not disturb her. After a long time, Qingya sighed and looked up at Yang Kai. If you want to enter Ice Heart Valley, you will have to expose your identity and let Ice Heart Valley's people take the initiative to welcome you. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. Ice Heart Valley has never allowed men to set foot here. There has been no exception for the past 10,000 years. As long as I expose my identity, will they take the initiative to welcome me? Yang Kai raised his brow. I'm not sure because I don't know why Ice Heart Valley is looking for you, but this time's movement is quite big. If Great Elder and Sect Master attach enough importance to you, it is possible. Then I'll expose myself. Yang Kai grinned. I'll have to trouble senior sister Qingya with this matter. There's no need to trouble yourself, I just need to report this matter to the sect's elders and they will definitely come to take you away. Jianghu said seriously, but have you thought about it? If you really enter Ice Heart Valley, no one can predict what will happen. It's fine, I just want to see Su Yan. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Good, since you've decided, I'll contact them. Jianghu nodded, took out a communication artifact from her space ring, and poured her divine sense into it. A moment later, a clear divine sense fluctuation came from the communication artifact. After a while, Jianghu put away the communication artifact, looked up at Yang Kai and said, 13th Elder is nearby, she will personally take you to Ice Heart Valley. Regardless of the cultivation of these dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley, all of them had outstanding looks, graceful figures, and different temperaments, each with their own unique characteristics. As they hurried along, these women glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time with strange looks on their faces. They had been running around outside for a year just for Yang Kai, so now that they saw him in the flesh, they would naturally pay more attention to him. They were all very curious about what was so special about this man that two of Scarlet Wavestar's top sects would go to great lengths to find him. For this man, many of their fellow disciples had died tragically, and many more had gone missing. Yang Kai felt a clear sense of hostility towards him. At least half of the dozen or so women who were responsible for protecting him were hostile towards him. Yang Kai was baffled. If it weren't for the 13th Elder, Yang Kai estimated that these women might have joined forces to beat him up first. Senior Sister Jianghu, they don't seem to like me, Yang Kai quietly sent a message to Jianghu. Jianghu smiled bitterly. As a member of Ice Heart Valley who had participated in this operation, she naturally knew the reason, but she couldn't explain it clearly, so she could only say, it's normal. Our Ice Heart Valley's disciples generally hate men. Yang Kai nodded, not suspecting anything. The team continued to move forward at an extremely fast pace. 3 days later, the group of more than a dozen people passed through a mountain valley. Suddenly, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked down. 13th Elder, who was leading the team, also seemed to notice something and shouted, "Enemy attack!" As soon as her voice fell, a violent energy fluctuation came from below. This energy fluctuation was extremely overbearing and scorching hot as a series of fire dragons suddenly flew out from the mountain valley below, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the group from Ice Heart Valley. There were 7 or 8 of these fire dragons, each of which contained a terrifying amount of destructive power. The enemy's timing was also perfect. Even with 13th Elder's warning, the women from Ice Heart Valley were unable to react in time. Just as they were about to release their Saint Chi to protect themselves, the 7 or 8 fire dragons had already rushed into their midst. Screams rang out as 2 of the weaker women were swallowed up by the fire dragons and died in an instant. Everyone else was also quite distressed and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai shielded Jianghu and dodged to the side, squinting his eyes as he looked down. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared in the mountain valley below. These people were not as numerous as Ice Heart Valley's group, but each of them was an origin-returning realm master. The auras of the 2 leading them were even comparable to 13th Elder's. 13th Elder narrowed her eyes as her expression became extremely ugly. Jiangxi's hearing was naturally not bad, so as soon as Yang Kai's words came out, he immediately turned his head and looked towards Yang Kai's position, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he coldly snorted, "Boy, what did you just say?" Jiangxi's mental state was extremely twisted, so he couldn't bear to hear others speak ill of him. Yang Kai had undoubtedly poked his reverse scale. Yan Chi Lei also glanced towards Yang Kai's position and suddenly showed a look of surprise, shouting, "It's you!" At this moment he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1635. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. The key figure that Brilliant Flame sect had been searching for over a year had actually been discovered by him by accident. Yan Chi Lei was overjoyed. At this moment he finally understood why Yu Xueqing had mobilized her forces to attack Brilliant Flame sect a few days ago in order to divert their attention. It was obvious that they were trying to make a covert move. Moreover, judging from the direction this group of people was heading, they were indeed heading back to Pure Ice Island. So that's how it is. Yan Chi Lei nodded lightly before turning to look at Yu Xueqing. So your purpose was this, but unfortunately, since this Yen has encountered you, you are doomed to fail. Yu Xueqing cursed in her heart and could not help glaring at Yang Kai, blaming him for talking too much and causing trouble for himself. At the same time she shouted in a low voice, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and leave. No matter what, we must send this little brat to Pure Ice Island." As soon as these words fell, Yu Xueqing pushed her Saint Qi fiercely, causing a cold aura visible to the naked eye to spread out from her position. This cold aura almost froze the world and a thick layer of ice immediately appeared on the ground. Xiao xiao xiao. Icicles suddenly appeared behind Yu Xueqing, each one sharp and flashing a cold light. Waving her hand, Yu Xueqing sent out countless icicles towards the people from Brilliant Flame sect like a swarm of locusts. "I've long heard of 13th Elder's name. This yen will accompany you to play, I hope you won't let me down." Yan Qi Lei shouted, not showing any fear in the face of these countless icicles as he sent out a punch. With a burst of sound, a scorching hot aura sputtered out as a giant fist of flames met the icicles head-on. Hong hong hong. Countless icicles shattered and the giant flaming fist gradually diminished, eventually disappearing without a trace. "Brother Jiang, whether the others live or die is up to you, but that little brat must be captured alive." After Yan Qi Lei shattered Yu Xueqing's attack with a single move, he quickly approached Yu Xueqing while exhorting. "Ha ha ha. With your words this old master can rest assured." Jiangshi grinned maliciously as he activated his poison art. In an instant the surrounding 10-kilometer area was enveloped by a 5-colored poisonous fog, like a giant inverted bowl, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. All the women from Iceheart Valley who smelled this aura felt a little dizzy as their Saint Qi became difficult to circulate. "Not good, it's Jiangshi's annihilation poison mist." Someone from Iceheart Valley shouted in horror. "No matter what, send this brat out first." Another person followed Yu Xueqing's instructions and reminded everyone. The women from Iceheart Valley suddenly recovered. For more than a year, at least 1,000 of their fellow disciples had died tragically outside in order to find Yang Kai. Now that they had finally found his whereabouts, if he was kidnapped here, then the 1,000 of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. "Come with us." A young woman shouted at Yang Kai. Yu Xueqing was entangled by Yan Qilei, so she was the leader of the group. "You won't be able to escape, right?" Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. "That old dog is stronger than all of you, and this poison mist seems to be quite powerful. If you really try to escape you'll be played to death. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Just go." The young woman grit her teeth and shouted, "This person is very strong, we can't resist him at all." "Strong? How strong?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. "The peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. On Scarlet Wave Star, he is one of the most promising candidates to break through to the Origin King realm. Only the top 5 elders of Iceheart Valley can compete with him. Don't act recklessly." "Sure enough, he's very strong," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You." The young woman's stomach was filled with annoyance. She was very dissatisfied with Kai Yang's indifferent attitude. She had already spoken so seriously, but the opposite party didn't seem to care at all. Wasn't this just dragging them down with him? "We missed the best opportunity," a woman next to her said sadly. Hearing this, the young woman sighed. If they had taken action the moment 13th Elder warned them, they might have been able to escape, but with Yang Kai dilly-dallying, what chance did they have of survival? Jiangshi hated Iceheart Valley and was extremely strong. His poison secret art was even more mysterious and difficult to defend against. Her senior sister and junior sister's fates were not optimistic. Considering all this, the young woman glared fiercely at Yang Kai and grit her teeth. "If we die, it will all be because of you. Once we reach the underworld, I won't let you off." Why make it sound so serious? Yang Kai still didn't care. Just kill him? The young woman was stunned, and all the other women from Iceheart Valley stared at Yang Kai like he was an idiot, thinking that men really were stupid creatures. Didn't he know the gap in strength between him and Jiangshi? He actually dared to boast so shamelessly. While everyone was delayed, Jiangshi's 5-colored poison mist had already filled the air around his body, making it impossible to see his figure. Only his creepy laughter could be heard coming from inside the mist. "Follow this old master, but remember, don't kill a single one of them. These maidservants of Iceheart Valley belong to this old master, so this old master will teach them not to judge a book by its cover." Jiangshi shouted darkly. The several cultivator from Brilliant Flame sect rolled their eyes, but since their strength was inferior, they could only nod and cooperate. Following behind Jiangshi, their fire attribute Saint Chi surged as they rushed towards Ice Heart Valley's group. They're coming. We have more people than them, so try to defend first. Be especially careful of Jiangxi's poison mist. The young woman leading the group shouted, and the 10 or so Ice Heart Valley women began pushing their Saint Chi to the extreme. She glanced over at Yang Kai again and ordered, "Hide behind." "Hey, what are you doing?" As she spoke, she saw Yang Kai actually take a step forward and rush straight towards Jiangxi and the others, as if he didn't know the meaning of death. "Come back quickly," the young woman shouted in fright. On the other side, Yu Shueqing, who was fighting evenly with Yan Qi Lei, noticed the abnormality and turned her head to look, her beautiful face also paling. At this moment, a golden thread was floating in front of Yang Kai, one that was filled with vitality and vitality, as if it had a life of its own, making it impossible to underestimate it. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Kai stared at Jiangxi with slight sarcasm. Jiangxi inexplicably felt a huge pressure, as if he was not facing a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but a genuine origin king. Using his divine sense, Jiangxi dispelled the uneasiness in his heart and said in a low voice, "Boy, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger? It's you who underestimated me." Yang Kai grinned and said unhurriedly, "Old dog, are you ready to die?" Shameless boasting. Jiangxi shouted as he released his shirt and fanned out towards Yang Kai to suppress him. At some point he had escaped. The young woman's face turned pale as she turned her head in the direction of the voice, only to see a 5-colored light escaping at an extremely fast speed. Who else could it be but Jiangxi? She immediately looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could intercept him. But after a glance, she was dumbfounded as the place where Yang Kai had been standing was now empty. She had no idea where he had gone. Sensing something, she once again looked in the direction of Jiangxi's escape. When she saw the figure blocking Jiangxi's path, she suddenly understood. This battle was no longer on a level that they could reach. Whether it was Jiangxi or Yang Kai, their foundations were far superior to theirs by countless levels. They didn't even know when Yang Kai and Jiangxi had chased after them. "How did you?" Jiangxi looked at Yang Kai in front of him, a look of shock appearing on his face. Just now, he had taken advantage of the chaotic energy flow and the enemy's attention had been diverted to use a secret technique to escape. He thought he would be able to do so without anyone noticing, but this young man had actually seen through him and intercepted him. Although he was terrified in his heart, Jiangxi was a ruthless person. He knew that if he didn't break through Kai Yang's blockade, he wouldn't be able to escape. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and his aura inexplicably rose by 30%. His whole body was covered in a faint blood-red light as he fearlessly charged towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he snorted and grinned, courting death. Instead of dodging, he raised a fist, which was immediately covered by a layer of golden light. There was a faint sizzling sound and an extremely sharp aura spread out. 5 elements indestructible sword chi, metal chi. Among the 5 elements sword chi, metal was the sharpest. Using his metal sword chi, Yang Kai's fist was covered in countless sword waves that were difficult to see with the naked eye. Perceiving the terrifying energy contained in this fist, Jiangxi naturally did not want to sit still and wait for death, condensing his 5-colored poisonous smoke again to cover his body. When the fist hit Jiangxi's body, the 5-colored poisonous smoke was instantly dispersed and the layer of blood-red light covering Jiangxi's body also collapsed. Jiangxi's Saint Chi was unable to play any defensive role and was shattered by the countless tiny sword waves. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Jiangxi's body was sent flying upside down, blood spurting from his mouth mid-air. His ferocious face filled with panic as he desperately tried to stabilize his body, but the golden light released by a golden blood thread soon engulfed him completely. When the golden light dissipated, Jiangxi's body suddenly shattered into countless pieces and fell from the sky. Jiangxi, who was famous on Scarlet Wave Star and had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm, had fallen. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley all blushed as they cheered, unable to contain their excitement. Yan Qi Lei, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Shueqing, changed his complexion greatly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, his movements slowing down for a moment. Yu Shueqing was the 13th elder of Ice Heart Valley, and although her ranking was quite low, her strength was still quite good. How could she let go of such an opportunity? Taking advantage of the situation, she frantically suppressed Yan Qi Lei. In fact, she was also quite shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai could actually kill Jiangxi. After all, this young man was extremely mysterious. Even if she had faced him head-on, she would have definitely been at a disadvantage and might even have died at his hands. However, Yang Kai had killed Jiangxi in only 20 to 30 breaths of time. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai's sudden display of strength, it would have been fortunate if 2 or 3 of Ice Heart Valley's disciples had managed to escape, but now not only were they unscathed, even the people from Brilliant Flame sect had been killed. Yu Xueqing was grateful to Yang Kai from the bottom of her heart. No need, I was just trying to protect myself. Can we set off now? Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yu Xueqing nodded and asked one of her subordinates to collect the spoils of war before leading everyone in the direction of Pure Ice Island. However, this time no one was hostile to Yang Kai anymore. All of them restrained their inexplicable hostility and no longer surrounded Yang Kai to protect him like before. The battle with Brilliant Flame sect's disciples made everyone realize that Yang Kai was the strongest in their group. He didn't need their protection at all. Along the way they would glance at Yang Kai from time to time, full of curiosity, wondering what this young man was capable of. He was clearly only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, yet he was able to display such exaggerated combat power. 13th Elder, why are we looking for him this time? Qinya observed Yu Xueqing's expression and knew that now was the best time to ask about this matter, so she immediately asked. The other Ice Heart Valley disciples also looked confused as they looked at Yu Xueqing suspiciously. They had been running around outside for a year, each of them searching for Yang Kai. Many of their senior sisters and sisters had died in front of them, so they were naturally curious as to why this had happened. Yu Xueqing frowned and showed an awkward look before saying, I don't know the specific reason, but since Brilliant Flame sect is looking for him, our Ice Heart Valley can't let them succeed. Perhaps, he knows something. While saying this, Yu Xueqing glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he was lost in thought and had no intention of answering at all. You don't need to worry about this matter. Since Sect Master and the Elder Council are acting this way, there must be a reason. Yes. Everyone nodded. The rest of the way was uneventful, and under Yu Xueqing's leadership the group flew forward for half a month. It was not until half a month later that the group arrived at a city adjacent to the sea. This was obviously the territory of Ice Heart Valley. Yu Xueqing led Yang Kai directly to the space array built in the city and used it to teleport them to Pure Ice Island. On the outer island, as soon as Yang Kai appeared, his expression changed as an uncontrollable look of excitement appeared on his face. He turned his head and stared in a certain direction, his gaze seemingly able to cross the barrier of space and peer into the distance. At the same time, inside an ice room on the inner island, Su Yan, who was meditating, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and her tender body trembled slightly. At this moment she sensed something. She had sensed Yang Kai's aura. The two of them had cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they were not too far apart they could sense each other. Yang Kai's actions just now were indeed a bit abrupt. After all, this was Pure Ice Island, the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley. He was the first man to set foot on the outer island in 10,000 years, so it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for him to act so rashly. After understanding this, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer bothered with this matter. However, this soul's soul was extraordinary and most likely belonged to one of the top 5 elders of Ice Heart Valley. After suffering such a loss, Yang no longer acted rashly. In any case, there would be a chance to meet Su Yan again. As for Su Yan's safety, Yang Kai was not worried. No matter what, she was still Ice Heart Valley's great elder, so whoever interfered with him, no matter which elder it was, would not harm Su Yan. Inside Su Yan's ice room, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale as she called out, "Honored Master. Reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. If you dare act like you did just now again, this elder will personally take that little bastard's head." Ran Yun Ting's cold voice rang in Su Yan's ear. Su Yan's face turned even paler as she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but no words came out. "You're on your own now." Ran Yun Ting seemed to be quite disappointed with Su Yan's current state, so after coldly dropping these words she did not respond. Inside Ice Heart Valley's Ice Palace, after a year, all of Ice Heart Valley's elders gathered once again. "Valley Master, why have you summoned us sisters this time?" an elder asked. Bing Long smiled gently and nodded. "There is one important matter, but it is a happy one." "What is it?" Everyone became curious. "Elder Yu has found that young man and brought him to Pure Ice Island." Bing Long got straight to the point and announced with a smile. "She found him?" "Junior sister Yu really has good methods. Being able to find him is a great merit. It's good that she found him. After more than a year, many people in Ice Heart Valley have died, so it's time to withdraw." "But Valley Master, did you find out why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him? What kind of secret is he hiding that Brilliant Flame Sect attached so much importance to him?" This queen does not know. "Elder Yu, you brought him back, did you find out anything?" Bing Long turned her eyes to Yu Xueqing. The latter slowly shook her head. "On the way back I tried to ask about him once, but that little brat did not answer. However, according to my observations he is not ordinary." "Why do you say that?" He should be a genius among geniuses. Yan Chi Lei of Brilliant Flame Sect died at his hands." "What? Yan Chi Lei died at his hands?" Bing Long's face changed as she frowned. "Didn't you say he was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator?" He is indeed only a second-order cultivator, but he can fight opponents above his realm, which is why I said he is a genius among geniuses." "Indeed." Bing Long nodded. Jianghu also died at his hands, Yu Xueqing said with a strange expression. "In a one-on-one fight he was killed in 20 breaths." "Jianghu? That Jianghu?" Ice Heart Valley's fifth elder narrowed her eyes as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "The Jianghu? How is that possible?" Although Jianghu did not come from a prominent sect and had always been a loner, he had many fortuitous encounters in his early years and his strength was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and I heard that his Sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage. He was one of the most promising candidates on Scarlet Wave Star to break through to the Origin King realm, so how could he be killed by that young man? "Junior sister Yu, are you not joking?" "How could I joke about this kind of thing? Junior sister saw it with her own eyes, and there are more than a dozen who can testify," Yu Xueqing said seriously. The elders of Ice Heart Valley looked at each other in amazement, and several of them turned to Fifth Elder, wanting to hear her opinion. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had fought with Jianghu in the past, so she naturally had the right to speak. Fifth Elder did not refuse and after a moment of silence said, "The last time I fought with Jianghu was 20 years ago. It took me an entire day to seriously injure him, but I was unable to kill him. If it were him now, I may not necessarily be his opponent. In Ice Heart Valley, there are no more than 3 elders who can contend with Jianghu alone." C. A series of gasps rang out as the expressions of all the elders present became extremely interesting. Fifth Elder was not exaggerating at all and was simply stating facts, but it was precisely because of this that everyone present felt terrified. "Doesn't that mean that young man's personal strength ranks in the top 3 among all of us? He's only a second-order cultivator if he breaks through to the third order. More than that, resisting and killing are 2 different things. He was able to kill Jianghu in just 20 breaths of time, so only Great Elder may be able to contend with him." The expressions of all the elders suddenly dimmed as they spoke these words without any confidence, because even if Great Elder personally took action, she may not be able to take Jianghu's life in just 20 breaths of time. Exchanging glances with each other, everyone's expression was one of shock. "Unfortunately he's not a woman," Bing Long rubbed her brow lightly and smiled bitterly. If Yang Kai had been a woman, Bing Long would have tried to recruit him into Ice Heart Valley at all costs. Such a talent would definitely have a much higher chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the 2 great forces on Scarlet Wave Star was because they had an Origin King realm master. If they could have one more, they would be able to completely suppress Brilliant Flame Sect and become the #1 sect on Scarlet Wave Star. What does it matter if he's not a woman? It's not like our Ice Heart Valley has no one to marry. Can't we just find him a good husband? An elder proposed with a smile. That's a good idea, but he may not agree. Another elder sitting next to her slowly shook her head. His strength and aptitude are so outstanding, and he doesn't look very old, so how could he not have a woman following him? Perhaps there are many women who would be willing to follow him. How could those mediocre women compare to the elites of my Ice Heart Valley? It's a blessing for him to be able to marry one of my Ice Heart Valley's elites. That's right. The group of elders chattered among themselves, each expressing their own opinions, as if they couldn't wait to find a suitable candidate to marry Yang Kai and tie him to Ice Heart Valley. The red-haired old man and the golden-crowned man were still fighting, and from the chessboard, there seemed to be the sound of thousands of horses galloping, shocking one's soul. The red-haired old man's speed was extremely fast, and he often didn't need to think about where to place his pieces. On the other hand, the golden-crowned man often had to frown and think hard as he carefully placed a piece. On the chessboard, the black and white auras became more and more prominent. The black piece belonging to the red-haired old man had the upper hand and was now surrounding the white piece. As time passed, the golden-crowned man spent more and more time thinking, and his expression became more and more cautious. The red-haired old man did not urge him and simply closed his eyes to meditate while waiting. At a certain moment, the golden-crowned man suddenly revealed a strange smile. He stretched out his hand and put down a white chess piece. The white chess piece's predicament was easily resolved like a withered tree in spring. On the contrary, the originally aggressive black chess piece suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The red-haired old man's eyes bulged as a look of astonishment filled his face. After thinking for a long time, he slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Luo Hai's Go skills have really improved a lot. This old master is not his opponent. The golden-crowned man smiled lightly. Chihua, it's not that my Go skills are better than yours, it's just that you are too impatient. Your intentions and actions are all written on the chessboard, so this king only needs to react accordingly. It's more interesting to be straightforward like this. The red-haired old man shook his head. Life is short, where do you find time to think about this and that? And I lost this battle. Thank you for letting me win. The red-haired old man turned his head and looked towards a spot not far away before stretching out his hand and beckoning. The elegant man who had been standing 300 meters away stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Wei Qing greets Supreme Elder and Senior Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded lightly and stretched out his hand. The elegant man was Brilliant Flame Sect Master, Wei Qing, and his status was not low. Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star Master, he could not act arrogantly. What's more, he had a good relationship with Brilliant Flame Sect Supreme Elder Chihua, so Wei Qing could be considered his junior. Why have you come here? Chihua raised his head and looked at Wei Qing. Wei Qing respectfully replied, reporting to Supreme Elder, the matter Senior Luo Hai gave us may have some progress. Luo Hai's eyes flashed, but he quickly concealed it. Chihua said lightly, speak. A few days ago, a spy saw Ice Heart Valley's 13th elder Yu Shueqing enter Pure Ice Island through the space array with a young man. Although Ice Heart Valley is heavily guarded and the spy did not see the face of the young man, he should be the one Senior Luo Hai is looking for. After saying this, Wei Qing stood aside respectfully and no longer spoke. Although he was second only to one on Scarlet Wave Star, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in front of Luo Hai and Chihua. Brother Luo Hai, what do you think? Chihua looked at Luo Hai. Pure Ice Island is the headquarters of Ice Heart Valley and no man has set foot there for 10,000 years. Letting a young man in this time shows that they attach great importance to him. It is also possible that he is the one I am looking for. Haha, it seems they want to use that little brat to do something. And they just want to express goodwill to Brother Luo Hai, probably wanting you to act as a mediator and resolve their current crisis. Chihua was a rough man, but his mind was extremely sharp. Luo Hai just smiled and said nothing. Right, Brother Luo Hai, now that things have come to this, can you tell this old master why you are looking for that little brat? What is it about him that would attract the attention of a character like you? Chihua asked doubtfully. He had been thinking about this question for a long time but had never been able to find an answer. What could attract the attention of a character like Luo Hai was nothing more than the secret to breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm or an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Besides that, there was nothing else in this world that could attract Luo Hai's attention. Luo Hai cared about such things and so did Chihua. But every time he tried to ask, Luo Hai would not answer directly, leaving Chihua helpless. Didn't this king tell you before? That little brat passed the blood prison trial with a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, so his aptitude is quite good. This king just happens to be lacking a successor, so he wants to accept him as a disciple to inherit this king's legacy. Luo Hai replied with a smile. So that's how it is. That little brat is quite lucky. Qi Lu laughed and nodded, obviously not believing Luo Hai's words at all. Luo Hai was now a second-order origin king and possessed a star source, so he was very likely to break through to the third order in the future. So why would he be so eager to accept a disciple and pass down his legacy? Besides, even if he wanted to accept a disciple, it was impossible for him to do it in such a way. If a second-order origin king wanted to accept a disciple, there would be countless geniuses scrambling to acknowledge him as their master. How could Luo Hai chase after someone and forcibly accept them as a disciple? No matter how heaven-defying a genius aptitude was, it was impossible for Luo Hai to do this. There had to be something fishy going on. Since Ice Heart Valley has found that little brat, this king will make a trip there, Luo Hai said as he slowly got up. This old master will accompany you. Chihua grinned meaningfully. Luo Hai glanced at him thoughtfully before nodding. Very well, Ice Heart Valley's pure ice grand array is quite powerful. With brother Chihua accompanying me, I believe this trip will be easy. He had no intention of refusing. And by the way, Wei Qing, call your good-for-nothing brat over to see this old master. This old master will take him to experience the scenery of Pure Ice Island. Chihua shouted to Wei Qing. Supreme Elder wants to take Wei Feng to Pure Ice Island? Wei Qing was startled and said in a panic, that little brat, what kind of character his son was he knew very well. As the son of the sect master, his aptitude wasn't very good. Over the years, despite using countless pills and resources, Wei Qing had given him several times the resources he needed, but it was only today that he barely stepped into the First Order origin returning realm. Their strength was not bad, so they could naturally see that Bing Dai's palm was not only aimed at crippling Qingya's cultivation, it was also very likely that she would be killed. Even if Qingya was lucky enough to survive with such serious injuries, she would likely be worse than an ordinary person in the future and would not be able to take care of herself. Sighing in their hearts, they turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch such a cruel scene. Bing Dai's eyes were as cold as ice, seemingly devoid of any human emotion, only coldness. Suddenly Bing Dai called out in alarm. When her palm was just a meter away from Qingya, her vision suddenly blurred and a figure appeared in front of her. This figure seemingly casually raised his palm and pressed it against Bing Dai's palm. In the next moment, Bing Dai's beautiful face paled as an unimaginably terrifying power struck her from the front, not only disintegrating her attack but also shattering the Saint Qi in her body. Bing Dai's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. With a loud thud, the ice butterfly landed heavily on the snowy ground. She slid back for another 100 feet before she finally stabilized herself. Chapter 1644. It happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. It wasn't until 3 breaths after Bing Dai was sent flying that one of the law enforcement hall elders recovered and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, they turned to look at Yang Kai, and after seeing the face of the person who had attacked them, they couldn't help feeling stunned. A man? Since when did our Pure Ice Island allow men to enter? Where did this guy come from? He actually managed to force senior sister Bing Dai back with a single strike and even injured her a little. Oh, isn't this the person we were ordered to look for some time ago? It turns out we've already found him. No wonder the elders told us to withdraw. The group of female elders from Ice Heart Valley seemed to have seen something novel as they stared at Yang Kai with strange looks. After discovering that he was the person their senior sisters and senior sisters had been searching for the past year, all of them immediately became interested. They had worked hard for a year just to find Yang Kai, and now that they had finally met him, many of them naturally wanted to know what was so special about Yang Kai that Ice Heart Valley would spend so much manpower and resources to find him. However, no matter how they looked at him, they couldn't find any clues. However, Yang Kai seemed to be a little annoyed at the moment, his face extremely cold as he stood alone in front of Qinya, like a towering mountain blocking all the storms. Such a scene caused the elders from Ice Heart Valley to frown and speculate about the relationship between Yang Kai and Qinya. However, the expected pain did not come as expected, and instead, Bing Dai let out a groan. Qinya opened her eyes suspiciously and immediately saw Yang Kai's back. "Why are you here?" Qinya asked in amazement. "I came here to talk to you, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Yang Kai turned around and looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" Qinya shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I'm fine." "Who hurt you?" Qinya bit her red lips but did not answer. Yang Kai sighed slightly before taking out a jade bottle from his space ring and handing it over. "Take this and heal your wounds." Qinya reached out and received it, thanking him, but she didn't consume it on the spot. Instead, she looked at Bing Dai with a complicated expression. After receiving Yang Kai's furious palm strike, although Bing Dai looked extremely miserable, her injuries were not serious. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current strength, that strike would have directly taken her life. After all, this was Ice Heart Valley and Su Yan's sect, so Yang Kai didn't want to make things too big. Hearing the conversation between Yang Kai and Qinya, a trace of malevolence appeared on Bing Dai's ice-cold face. She stretched out her hand to wipe off the blood stain at the corner of her mouth and sneered. "Heal?" She didn't have the chance anymore. Qinya from the outer island must die today for openly defying the orders of the elders and wounding the law enforcement hall. Qinya's delicate body trembled, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Yang Kai turned his head and stared towards Bing Dai, his eyes as cold as a knife, exuding a cruel aura. "The one who hurt you is me, so if you want to kill me, what crime has Qinya committed? You can't run away either. No matter what your origins are, since you dare act presumptuously on Pure Ice Island, don't even think about escaping safely." As for Qinya, she's dead for colluding with an outsider and a man at that, ruining the reputation of my Ice Heart Valley and tarnishing the reputation of the sect. What are you two thieves trying to do by infiltrating my Ice Heart Valley? Qinya's body trembled as she looked at Bing Dai with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, how can you say such things? There is nothing between me and Yang Kai, and I have never done anything to ruin the reputation of Ice Heart Valley or tarnish the reputation of the sect. Yang Kai is here only because—" "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Bing Dai ground her teeth and shouted at Qinya, not giving her a chance to explain herself as she sneered. "You call him so intimately yet dare say there is nothing between you and him?" This time, many of the onlookers from Ice Heart Valley showed strange expressions. Although Yang Kai and Qinya had only exchanged a few words, anyone could infer from their demeanor and tone that the relationship between the two was not shallow. At the very least, they had not just met each other. Could there really be some kind of secret behind all this? Qinya wore a sorrowful look. "Senior sister, you can beat me or kill me, but you absolutely cannot insult me." Since Qinya entered Ice Heart Valley, she has never done anything to disrespect the sect. Moreover, this matter was related to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was Su Yan's man, so even if Qinya was muddle-headed, it was impossible for her to have anything to do with Yang Kai. "You haven't done anything to him?" Bing Dai looked at her viciously. "Instigating this man to attack me, isn't that disrespecting the sect?" "I haven't." Qinya hurriedly refuted. "You still dare quibble?" Bing Dai shouted. "If it weren't for your instigation, how could he have appeared in such a timely manner?" Qinya opened her mouth but was unable to refute. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's face. "Qinya, since this place can't accommodate you, you don't have to stay." After saying so, he let out a long sigh, seemingly talking to himself. "I thought Su Yan would be well taken care of here, but now it seems it's time to take her away. Such a filthy place will only tarnish her pure soul." Su Yan? This man actually knows Su Yan? And what did he just say? He actually wants to take Su Yan away. Is he still dreaming? Men really are unreasonable creatures. Many women looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, wondering if this guy was another pitiful worm who had been captured by Su Yan's charm. Since Su Yan entered the sect, although she had only gone out a few times, her reputation had already spread throughout Scarlet Wave Star. Even the son of Brilliant Flame sect master Wei Feng was obsessed with Su Yan, let alone others. Over the years, countless people from powerful forces had come to Ice Heart Valley, hoping to have their young talents marry the dazzling Pearl Su Yan. Many of them were rising stars with real talent and aptitude, but without exception they were all rejected by Ice Heart Valley. Su Yan was the future hope of Ice Heart Valley, so how could she be married off? Accompanied by a loud bang, the giant palm print was dissolved by an invisible force, but a figure strangely appeared from the void. Countless Outer Island masters looked up and immediately called out in shock, "Great Elder!" "Greetings, Great Elder." Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. The figure that appeared from the void was none other than Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. Ran Yunting was wearing a light purple palace robe that gave her a luxurious appearance, and her aura was as deep and unfathomable as the sea, but at this moment, when she looked at Yang Kai, she was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would have discovered her existence long ago. She had thought that everything would go smoothly. Chapter 1645. Sure enough, it's you. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Ran Yunting also snorted as she looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly, as if she was looking down at an ant, her expression indifferent. "It looks like you really want to take my life." Yang Kai sneered, "You spent so much effort trying to lure me into action just for this moment, right?" When he noticed that Ran Yunting was nearby, Yang Kai immediately knew that everything that had happened today was not a coincidence, but a carefully planned trap. Today, regardless of whether Yang Kai came to find Qinya or not, he would definitely be drawn here. That was why Bing Dai had deliberately shouted before arriving at Qinya's secluded home in order to alarm Yang Kai, who was inside the loft. As long as he was alarmed by Bing Dai, Yang Kai would definitely take action. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would also coincidentally be nearby. Repeatedly making things difficult for Qinya, putting a false label on her, and even attacking her heavily, was all to lure Yang Kai into action. In the end, Bing Dai had disregarded the safety of her fellow disciples from the law enforcement hall and ordered them to kill Yang Kai for the same purpose. Everything was going according to plan. The mastermind behind all of this was undoubtedly Ran Yunting. As Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder, she held great power and was the only one who could mobilize the law enforcement hall. Qinya was just an innocent pawn, and Ran Yunting's ultimate goal was Yang Kai. Great Elder. Qinya looked at the high and mighty Ran Yunting. "Ungrateful thing, you are not qualified to call me." Ran Yunting coldly glanced at Qinya and casually waved her hand, sending a bone-chilling wind towards Qinya. Qinya stood in place, unable to react in time. Yang Kai once again blocked in front of Qinya and threw out a punch. Demonic flames burst forth, and the pitch-black flames collided with the ice-cold wind. The two of them countered each other, and in that instant the cold and heat violently clashed, causing the space around them to seemingly collapse. Ran Yunting raised her brow and finally looked at Yang Kai seriously, secretly shocked by his strength. Although she didn't use her full strength in that attack and it looked like a casual attack, it still contained about 30% to 40% of her strength. However, Yang Kai only used a casual punch to dissolve her attack. Clearly he still had energy left. "I didn't believe that you could kill Jiangshi and Yen Qile with your power. But now it seems that it is true. You are very good." Ran Yunting nodded lightly and didn't show much emotion because of Yang Kai's performance, just casually giving a few words of praise. "However, this ends here. Daring to harm my Ice Heart Valley on my pure ice island, not putting my Ice Heart Valley in your eyes, you must die today." Ran Yunting's eyes suddenly turned cold as she stared at Yang Kai without the slightest emotion. "It is your honor to die at the hands of this elder." On the ice peak, countless women from Ice Heart Valley trembled as they stared at Ran Yunting in shock. Was Great Elder going to take action herself? What was the background of this young man? Why did the sect try so hard to find him before, but now Great Elder wanted to kill him? What kind of unknown grievance was there? Everyone was at a loss. They didn't know what was involved in this. However, it seemed that Great Elder had not taken action for a long time. It was rumored that the last time she fought was 10 years ago, but unfortunately no one had seen it with their own eyes. All they knew was that the man she fought with had been turned into an ice sculpture. Now, however, Great Elder wanted to kill this young man on Pure Ice Island. For a time, countless Ice Heart Valley disciples were looking forward to seeing the Great Elder display her divine might. Down below, the stone mongoose's two black eyes rolled as if thinking of something, suddenly stretched out its hands and patted itself hard. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk a huge tremor shook the nearby ice peaks, causing countless chunks of snow and icicles to fall. Amidst the loud noise, the stone mongoose's body suddenly grew in size, its originally less than a meter-tall body suddenly growing to a height of 6 meters. It then turned around, picked up Chinya, who was looking up at Yang Kai with a look of pleasant surprise, and ran away as fast as it could. On the white snowy ground, only a trail of smoke was left, stretching far into the distance. It looked like a vicious mountain king who had come down the mountain to kidnap a woman he was satisfied with and could not wait to return to his stronghold. The women of Ice Heart Valley were all dumbfounded. Junior sister Chinya was kidnapped by a stone man? But soon, they understood why the stone man was in such a hurry to leave. A horrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai, who should have been frozen, was now exuding a shocking aura. The ice around his body emitted cracking sounds as cracks appeared one after another, as dense as a spider's web. The ice crystal was about to shatter. Ran Yun Ting paled in horror, and so did the women of Ice Heart Valley. They didn't dare to stay in the same place anymore, and they all ran extremely far away. Wishful thinking. Ran Yun Ting shouted fiercely as crystal snowflakes appeared again and shot towards Yang Kai, obviously trying to freeze him again. Break for me! Yang Kai shouted. Asterisk walala. Asterisk the ice crystal shattered and burst into powder that splashed into the void. Along with it, Ran Yun Ting's shirt also shattered. The snow that filled the sky suddenly disappeared and was replaced by countless void cracks. These void cracks were like tiny black snakes, causing those who looked at them to shudder. With Yang Kai as the center, these void cracks covered a radius of 3,000 meters. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ran Yun Ting stumbled back as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to accept such a result. In a head-on confrontation with this young man, she had been utterly defeated. She was Ice Heart Valley's great elder, and her Shur had reached the grand accomplishment stage. What ability did this young man have to be able to suppress his Shur in all aspects? Moreover, this Shur of his contained an extremely strange power. Not only did it fill the area enveloped by the Shur field with countless spatial cracks, but it also affected his judgment. She couldn't see where Yang Kai was at all. Yang Kai's position was constantly fluctuating, the distance between them constantly changing. Space Force. Ran Yun Ting's face suddenly turned pale. Only the power of space could form so many spatial cracks, and only the power of space could affect his judgment of distance. How could this young man possess such a strange power? What's more, he had integrated this power into his Shur. Ran Yun Ting really felt like she had seen a ghost this time. Die. Yang Kai's voice was cold, seemingly not showing any mercy just because she was Su Yan's honored master. Pushing his divine sense, the space around him suddenly solidified and the countless void cracks began to move towards Ran Yun Ting. You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability. Ran Yun Ting roared like a crazy shrew, no longer possessing the dignity and bearing of a great elder. Suddenly taking out a token from her space ring, she poured her Saint Chi into it. The next moment, an incredible change occurred around them. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked around and found that the surrounding ice and snow chi had increased to a terrifying degree. Moreover, this ice and snow chi seemed to have a faint connection with the token in Ran Yun Ting's hand. Ran Yun Ting's expression changed as she looked towards Bing Long, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing the helpless look on Bing Long's face, she didn't say anything. Su Yan, you slut, hurry up and get back here. For daring to act like this, you will be punished. Two abrupt voices rang out, disrupting the beautiful atmosphere. Many of the Iceheart Valley's female disciples glared at the source of the voices, secretly blaming the newcomers for their recklessness and impudence. Two flashes of light appeared and two women soon caught up. They were the ones who had shouted just now. After seeing the situation here, whether it was Zhou Yunxian or the other woman responsible for guarding Su Yan, both of them were stunned, obviously not having expected so many sect elders to gather here. It could be said that all of the sect's elders were here. The two wore awkward expressions as they glanced over at Ran Yunting timidly. In any case, it was a fact that Ran Yunting valued Su Yan, so if they insulted Su Yan and Ran Yunting blamed them, they would definitely suffer. However, at first glance, the two women were overjoyed. Ran Yunting didn't seem to have heard what they had just said and didn't care about them at all. Instead, she was staring off in a certain direction, her eyes filled with hatred and anger. Following her line of sight, Zhou Yunxian shrieked and covered her mouth. She was shocked to find that Su Yan was hugging a strange man. This is too outrageous. Not to mention that on the inner island, one was not allowed to have close contact with outside men without the permission of their honored master. But Su Yan was the legacy disciple of great elder Su Yan. With her status, being so intimate with a man in public was the same as slapping great elder's face. Did she still have great elder as her honored master? No wonder great elder's face was so ugly. Considering all this, Zhou Yunxian quickly said, "Great elder, Su Yan ignored my junior sisters and my advice and insisted on rushing out. I thought she had something important to do, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Acting like this in public is too shameless. Please punish her, great elder." Ran Yunting's body trembled as her face filled with anger. There was no need for Zhou Yunxian to say such things. If possible, she would have already torn Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. However, she didn't have the ability to kill Yang Kai. Only the Supreme Elder could do it herself. So, she remained silent and did not respond to Zhou Yunxian. Zhou Yunxian gawked as a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Just as she was wondering what was going on though, a cold voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Were you the one cursing Su Yan just now?" Looking up, Zhou Yunxian found that the man who had been hugging Su Yan was standing mid-air, staring at her with a pair of indifferent eyes. Su Yan ignored this shocking scene and snuggled up to him like a little bird, a satisfied expression on her pretty face, as if even if she died immediately, she would still be satisfied. Being stared at by those eyes, Zhou Yunxian inexplicably felt a chill in her heart. Quietly glancing around, she found that none of the elders had any intention to speak, so she could only grit her teeth and reply, "I was the one who spoke without thinking." Regardless of whether Su Yan was in the wrong or not, it was indeed wrong for her to insult her fellow sect master. In front of so many elders and valley masters, she didn't dare act presumptuously and immediately admitted her mistake. "Apologize," Yang Kai said concisely. A trace of anger flashed across Zhou Yunxian's face as she shouted, "Who do you think you are to dare point fingers at me?" Admitting a mistake was admitting a mistake, while apologizing was apologizing. These were two different things. Chapter 1649. Zhou Yunxian got up from the snow, covered her cheek with her hand, and stared blankly at Yang Kai. She had never expected that in front of the Valley Master and so many elders, Yang Kai would dare to slap her. "Apologize." Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Zhou Yunxian's tender body trembled. Being humiliated in front of so many senior sisters, as an origin returning realm master, how could she endure such humiliation? Her face suddenly distorted as she screamed, "You dare hit me?" Pa. With another light slap, Zhou Yunxian was sent flying again. Her other cheek went numb. "Apologize." Yang Kai's voice was cold and mechanical, without the slightest emotion, causing those who heard it to shudder. Zhou Yunxian got up from the ground for the second time, a look of horror appearing on her face as she turned her head to look at Ran Yunting, as if begging her to uphold justice for her. However, when she looked at Ran Yunting, Zhou Yunxian felt a chill run from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Great Elder's face was gloomy, and although she stared at Yang Kai, she didn't dare to say a word. The other elders also had the same expression, and even the Valley Master's brows were furrowed. "No one will uphold justice for me." Zhou Yunxian was shocked. She knew that she had done something wrong and shouldn't have insulted Su Yan like that, but there must have been some other reason she didn't know. This young man actually caused everyone to be extremely fearful. Apologize or die. Yang Kai issued an ultimatum, his murderous intent once again locking onto Zhou Yunxian. Failing to kill Ran Yunting had made him extremely annoyed, and this Zhou Yunxian had just happened to bump into him. Bing Long finally spoke and frowned. Yang Kai, that's enough. Although this one spoke rudely, you have already punished her, so stop. Zhou Yunxian was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, and being slapped twice by Yang Kai in front of her was the limit of Bing Long's tolerance. If Yang Kai continued to be aggressive, Bing Long couldn't just stand by and watch. If he really did that, it would only chill their hearts. Junior brother, let it go. Su Yin also pleaded for Zhou Yunxian. For her, Zhou Yunxuan's insult didn't hurt her at all. Now Yang Kai also slapped her twice, which made her taste the consequences. However, Yang Kai standing up for her, Su Yan's heart was still sweet. Since senior sister says so, then I won't be so ruthless. Yang Kai's expression eased as he looked at Bing Long and said, let her apologize and I'll let her go. Bing Long was speechless. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. At that moment, all the elders of Ice Heart Valley wore solemn expressions as they listened attentively, as if they had heard something, their expressions changing rapidly. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he vaguely detected a divine sense fluctuation in the void, one that he could not identify. Yang Kai immediately understood that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder was talking to Bing Long about something. Not daring to disturb them, Yang Kai waited quietly. The faces of Bing Long and the others became gloomy, and after a while, they all looked at each other with solemn expressions, vaguely feeling that a storm was brewing. It seemed that something big was about to happen in Ice Heart Valley. Apologize to Su Yin and we'll drop this matter. Bing Long suddenly turned to Zhou Yunxian with an impatient expression. Zhou Yunxian's expression froze. She hadn't expected that Valley Master would also side with Yang Kai and Su Yin. Although she was unhappy, her last resort was gone, so she could only reluctantly say, Junior sister Su, senior sister was in the wrong just now, please don't take offense. She gritted her teeth, and her eyes flickered with hatred and madness, like a dormant poisonous snake. Between the sect and her disciple, it was self-evident which was more important. Closing her eyes, Luo Li refused to look at Su Yan. Good. Jihuo laughed. After so many years, he had finally completely suppressed Luo Li and forced her to admit defeat in front of him. Although he had done so with the help of Luo Hai's prestige, this result was what Jihuo wanted to see the most. To have the power of the Ice Phoenix's source energy added to his body, just what kind of heaven-defying lucky chance was this? With this source strength, the backlash from the Ice Jade secret art was nothing to worry about. In the future, Su Yin would definitely lead Ice Heart Valley to greater heights, and her achievements would be far greater than Luo Li's. This was a talent that could make the entire sect pay with their blood and lives to protect. Unfortunately, he had been thrown out like a useless chess piece by himself, all for the sake of prolonging the sect's feeble existence for a moment. The light in Luo Li's eyes suddenly dimmed and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She suddenly realized that she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. Boy, don't go too far. Luo Hai coughed up blood in anger. Although he had long known that Yang Kai had cultivated the Tao of space, he had never imagined that he would be tormented by this power. A cultivator who had cultivated the Tao of space had a unique advantage in pursuit and escape. If not for this, he would have captured Yang Kai a year ago. How could he have given him a chance to escape to Scarlet Wave Star? Now you know you've gone too far? Why didn't you think of this when you chased me all over the star territory? It's useless to say anything more. Today is the day you die. A huge void crack suddenly formed, like the open maw of a beast, and bit towards Luo Hai, as if it wanted to swallow the sun and the moon. Luo Hai did not dare to meet this attack head-on and could only desperately dodge while waiting for an opportunity to escape. Chapter 1658. Meeting with his family and friends, he could feel their care and concern. Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. He suddenly realized that his decision to return to Tongshan realm and bring these people out was a wise one. Green trees had roots and flowing water had a source. These people from Tongshan realm were Yang Kai's roots and Yang Kai's source. A tree without roots and water without a source was destined to not last long. Inside the sealed world bead, in order to celebrate Su Yan's return, the three clans held a grand banquet, creating a lively atmosphere. Toasts were exchanged and toasts were exchanged. Regardless of cultivation, age, or high, everyone was a part of the festivities. Yang Kai was directly downed by the masters of the three clans and woke up with a splitting headache. Later, Yang Kai accompanied his parents for 2 more days to fulfill his filial piety before hurriedly leaving the sealed world bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai taught Su Yan the monster transformation secret art. Now that Su Yan had obtained the Ice Phoenix source, she could also use the monster transformation secret art to develop the source strength in her body and strengthen herself. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal was also left behind. This supreme treasure was originally used to store the sun's true essence, but now it was useless in Yang Kai's hands, but for Su Yan, it was an extremely powerful auxiliary treasure. With the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, Su Yan's speed would increase by at least 30%. After arranging everything, Yang Kai set off in the direction of Ice Heart Valley again. Pure Ice Island was peaceful. They seemed to have recovered from the aftermath of the shocking battle a few days ago. Those who had to go into seclusion were in seclusion. The days were calm and tranquil. On the outer island, at the foot of an ice peak, a woman in a white dress was cleaning the ice path when suddenly a gust of wind blew past her. The woman could not help shivering as an inexplicable feeling of panic rose in her heart. She raised her head suspiciously and looked around but found nothing. Feeling a little puzzled, she thought for a while before shaking her head and continuing to clean the ice path. In front of an ice peak not far from this woman, a figure strangely appeared. His footsteps did not stop as he delicately walked towards an ice room. After a short while he arrived in front of the ice room. Looking at the restriction array in front of him, he smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to point at the void in front of him. A layer of ripples spread out and the restrictions were broken. He directly walked in. Within the ice room, Qinya was currently sitting cross-legged on the floor with her hands supporting her cheeks. She was currently looking at the stone mongoose. She seemed to be very interested in the stone mongoose. Yang Kai and Su Yan had killed 2 origin kings in a row with shocking means and immediately retreated after the battle, not caring about her. Regarding this, Qinya had no complaints. She vaguely guessed that Yang Kai and Su Yan might have been injured, so she did not linger. Besides, even though Yang Kai had left, he had left behind this strange stone mongoose to protect her. Qinya naturally wouldn't have any complaints. She also knew that Yang Kai and Su Yan would definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to take her away. Over the past few days, Qinya had been in seclusion, waiting patiently in the ice room. Whenever she felt bored, she would stare at the stone mongoose like this. She found that although the stone puppet had sentience, unfortunately no matter what she said, it would not respond to her and would only follow her closely. Little guy, when do you think Yang Kai and Su Yan will come? Qingya sighed. Once she was proud of Ice Heart Valley, but after what happened last time, she couldn't wait to leave this place, to leave this sect that had made her sad and almost killed her. Ha, why don't you say something? Qingya stretched out her hand and flicked the stone mongoose's forehead. Although her finger hurt, the stone mongoose blinked its eyes blankly. Qingya was amused by its appearance and couldn't help giggling. You're in a good mood, suddenly a voice called out. Qingya's face changed drastically and she instinctively circulated her Saint Qi, but when she realized who this voice belonged to, she immediately turned around in pleasant surprise. A young man stood there with a bright smile on his face, as if he was a ray of sunshine that dispelled the cold and darkness in the ice room. The stone mongoose's two beady eyes also flashed an amazing light as it crawled over to the young man's side, stretched out its thick fingers, and pointed to itself before pointing to Qingya, as if it wanted to say something but couldn't. Got it, you've done a great job guarding this place, so you should be praised. The young man patted the stone mongoose's head. The stone mongoose's small eyes narrowed, obviously enjoying this praise. Yang Kai, Qingya whispered, her face immediately turning red. It seemed that he had seen her talking to herself just now, which made Qingya feel a little embarrassed. But soon, Qingya adjusted her expression and asked with concern, Are you all right? Yang Kai shook his head. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have appeared here. That's good. Where's Su Yan? Qingya's face changed as she didn't see Su Yan anywhere and subconsciously thought something bad had happened. Su Yan is in a very safe place. Yang Kai motioned her not to be nervous. I came here to take you away, are you ready? Qingya took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I've been ready for a long time. Then let's go. Yang Kai tilted his head before suddenly frowning, stroking his chin with his hand as he smiled faintly. Oh, I was discovered. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the ice room. Young man Yang, since you've come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? If you have time, why don't you come to Pure Ice Peak? Supreme Elder. Qingya's beautiful face paled as she exclaimed. She recognized that this voice belonged to Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. Luoli Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at her before turning his gaze towards a certain spot in the void, a subtle grin appearing on his face as he said loudly, Senior's hospitality this junior will accept. Then this queen will wait for you at Pure Ice Peak. Luo Li's voice fell, and the divine sense in the void disappeared. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned to Qingya. Yang Kai. Qingya's face was full of worry. Don't worry, she has no malicious intent. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing what he said, Qingya was completely relieved and quickly followed Yang Kai out. The grievances between the two forces were too deep, and it had reached a point where there was no one else but the enemy. Wei Qing's expression fluctuated as he sensed the heavenly thunder flames will coming from the restricted area. He knew that he could no longer count on his last hope, but it was impossible for him to cripple his cultivation. A cultivator's life was a struggle against the heavens and against fate. Every time a cultivator broke through, it was like crossing a wooden bridge with thousands of men and horses. Countless people were stopped before a new realm. Wei Qing had spent 300 years to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was a master who had high hopes of breaking through to the Origin King realm. How could he be willing to cripple his cultivation? Instead of struggling at death's door, it was better to fight with his life and win a slim chance of survival. Fight them. Wei Qing roared. The group of brilliant flame sect's elders obviously had the same idea. They knew that with the grievances between the two forces, even if they begged for mercy, there would be no end to it. As such, as soon as Wei Qing shouted these words, many of the elders began pushing their Saint Qi and summoning their artifacts to attack the 5 starships. Courting death. Luo Li's face turned cold as she stretched out her hand and gently tapped the air in front of her. This wave of her finger did not seem to carry the slightest aura as a crystal snowflake with 6 petals flew out from her fingertip and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, these 6 snowflakes grew to the size of the sky and covered the entire square. A coldness that made people tremble fell from the sky. Ice ceiling 1,000 li. Bing Long ran Yun Ting, and the others suddenly shouted in unison. Everyone's Saint Qi overflowed endlessly from their bodies, gathered together and pushed forward. Wherever this Saint Qi passed, the earth began to freeze. Snow began falling from the sky. Every snowflake contained a frightening energy fluctuation. When they landed on the fiery red barrier, they seemed to have a corrosive property, corroding small holes in the impregnable barrier. The ice ceiling concept spread through these holes towards the center of the square. The weaker brilliant flame sect disciples were turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Wei Qing was filled with grief and indignation, knowing that brilliant flame sect was doomed this time. With Luo Li guarding this place, none of them were a match for her. Originally, they could rely on the sealed heavenly thunder flame to prevent Luo Li from attacking them, but now that the heavenly thunder flame was entangled by someone, they couldn't rely on it. Moreover, looking at Luo Li's appearance and aura, where was the slightest trace of injury? She was clearly in her peak condition. Was brilliant flame sect really finished? The Firebird was not to be outdone, and every time it found an opportunity, it would rush to the heavenly thunder fire's side, open its mouth and bite down. With each bite, the Firebird's stolen source strength would be restored. These 2 strange creatures were using this special method to seize the other's existence, trying to devour the other's strength. The scene of their battle could only be described as earth-shattering. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that behind the heavenly thunder fire, there were 8 golden energy chains that locked its body and imprisoned it here. These 8 chains gave off the same aura as the octagonal spirit array at the mouth of the volcano. It seemed that the existence of these 8 chains greatly limited the strength of the heavenly thunder fire. If not for this, the Firebird would not have been its opponent at all. Considering all this, Yang Kai was deeply shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of strength the heavenly thunder fire could display without the shackles of this spirit array. Was it a second-order origin king or a third-order origin king? Who was it that used the grand divine technique to bind it here? Yang Kai shook his head and turned to the Firebird. Do you want to have a name? A strange light flashed across the Firebird's eyes as she quickly said, I ask Master to grant me a name. A name was a code name. Only when one was given a name could they be considered a real life form. Let's call her Lu Yen. Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Attractive collarbones, flat abdomen, delicate navel exposed to the air, and 2 beautiful legs. Snow white, jade white feet lightly stepped on the void as if stepping on one's soul. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little dizzy. Su Yin also covered her mouth in surprise, but immediately seemed to think of something and smiled sweetly towards Yang Kai, her eyes filled with deep meaning. How did you become like this? Yang Kai pointed his finger at the evolved Firebird, somewhat incoherent. Greetings, Master. Firebird suddenly bowed to Yang Kai. Her voice was clear. Her voice was very cold, not at all like the passion of that fiery figure, just like her indifferent expression. Moreover, her voice contained a kind of destructive and murderous aura, just like her dark red eyes that burned like flames. Looking through her eyes, Yang Kai could even see a strange burning world, one that seemed capable of melting one's soul. You can speak? Yang Kai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Firebird nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, after fusing with that guy, I can speak now. What's wrong? Master doesn't like me like this. Should I like it? Yang Kai's brow furrowed a few times, glancing at Su Yin from the corner of his eyes and seeing her looking at him with interest, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Of course. I followed Master for many years and felt that Master had this kind of fetish, so... Shut up. Yang Kai was furious, taking a deep breath, turning to look at Su Yin and saying seriously, this is slander, senior sister, please don't take it seriously. Su Yin smiled sweetly and said, I naturally believe in junior brother. Then, it's my fault. Firebird thought about it seriously for a moment before sincerely admitting her mistake. After she finished speaking, she respectfully bowed to Su Yin. Greetings, mistress. This little girl has good eyesight. Yang Kai cast a look of approval towards Firebird. Su Yin pursed her lips and smiled, stepping forward and taking Firebird's hand. You don't need to be so polite, I can see that you're not very old, so we'll call each other sisters from now on. And you've followed junior brother for so many years, so you should know what he's been doing all these years. If there's time, let's have a good chat. Master probably doesn't want me to expose him, especially to some women, Firebird replied with a frown, a somewhat reluctant look on her face. Yang Kai's face went as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly found that he still liked the Firebird who had always obeyed him without taking the initiative to speak. Now that Firebird's intelligence had greatly improved and her strength had soared, why did he always feel like he had lost something? Su Yin and Xiaoning Chang had just arrived, so when they felt the rich world energy aura here, both of them wore looks of pleasant surprise as they breathed in the air with exaggerated excitement. Junior brother, what city is that down there? It's so big, Xiaoning Chang pointed to the city below and asked. This? I'm not too sure, Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. Although he had spent a lot of time on Shadowed Star, the entire Shadowed Star was simply too big, so he naturally couldn't recognize every city. Xiaoning Chang pursed her lips and smiled, no longer making things difficult for Kai Yang. Oh. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed as he carefully observed the outline of the city below and laughed. I know where this is. Where is this? This is Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai pointed down. Look over there, do you see a mountain range? When I first came to Shadowed Star, I settled down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Later, this place was besieged by many people and after a great battle, Dragon Cave Mountain was destroyed, so we migrated to the current High Heaven sect. Following the direction of his finger, Su Yin and Xiaoning Chang really saw a dilapidated small mountain range. Perhaps because Yang Kai had once stayed here, the two women looked at this mountain range with eyes full of affection. It's really fate, Su Yin said with some emotion. When Yang Kai first came to Shadowed Star, he had landed here and on his return this time, he had inadvertently come to this place as well. The trajectories of history were amazingly overlapping. It really is fate. Come follow me down. I know the city lord of Heavenly Fate City so I can borrow his space array. Yang Kai waved his hand and rushed down. Heavenly Fate City lord was Fei Ji too, and if not for his injury causing his cultivation to fall, he would have left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai just like Qian Tong. After so many years, Yang Kai wondered if Fei Ji Tu's cultivation had recovered. When Yang Kai was still weak, Fei Ji Tu had taken good care of him, something Yang Kai had always remembered. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere down below. Junior brother, someone is fighting, Su Yin noticed and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction she was pointing. but suddenly his expression shook and he came to a stop, his expression becoming strange. How could it be them? Although they were separated by several hundred kilometers, with the strength of Yang Kai's current divine sense, he was able to instantly detect the identity of the two parties involved in this battle. It turned out to be Shadow Moon Hall's disciples Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. These two were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall and were famous young talents throughout Shadowed Star. After so many years, the cultivation of these two seemed to have improved greatly, and when they joined forces, they were able to display terrifying combat power far surpassing that of the First Order Origin returning realm. However, the other side they were fighting was even more powerful. There were more than a dozen Origin returning realm masters, and there was even a Third Order Origin returning realm master among them. They had surrounded Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, not giving them any opportunity to escape. How could it be them? Yang Kai was puzzled. This place was near Heavenly Fate City and was within Shadow Moon Hall's sphere of influence. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were the future pillars of Shadow Moon Hall. The former was the disciple of the old hall master while the latter was Qian Tong's disciple. Their identities and statuses were extraordinary. Xie Chen and the others launched a sneak attack on the old temple master and some of the leaders of the pro-war faction, causing Shadow Moon Hall to suffer heavy casualties and fall apart. Overnight, Shadow Moon Hall changed owners. Xie Chen became the new temple master of Shadow Moon Hall and submitted to the mysterious force. The high-level cultivator who supported Qian Tong in the past was almost completely exterminated. Fei Ji too, who was in Heavenly Fate City, was also imprisoned. Only a few elites managed to escape from Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were called by the old temple master the night before the incident. The old temple master told them to take the sect's hallowed treasure, the Heavenly Moon silver plate, and leave Shadow Moon Hall. Over the past 2 years, the two of them had been hiding their identities and running around, living an extremely difficult life. The reason why they appeared near Heavenly Fate City this time was to rescue Fei Ji. Tuesday, Xie Chen sent out news that Fei Ji too, who refused to submit, would be beheaded in Heavenly Fate City today as a warning to others, so Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had no choice but to appear. Even if they knew that this was a trap, the two of them jumped in without hesitation. The old temple master is dead. Old Fei is imprisoned? Qian Tong's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, and anyone could clearly feel his towering anger. What about High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shadow Moon Hall suffered such a disaster, but did High Heaven Sect not help? If High Heaven Sect really didn't help, then he would be too disappointed. When Yang Kai was in trouble, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had helped him a lot. The reason why Fei Ji too's cultivation had fallen was also related to Yang Kai. But thinking about it carefully, High Heaven Sect had Yi Shiyun in charge, and with Yi Shiyun's temperament, it was impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. High Heaven Sect has reinforcements. Many of the disciples who escaped from Shadow Moon Hall have been taken into High Heaven Sect to take refuge. Moreover, Great Elder Yi has also sent a number of Third Order Origin returning realm masters, but what? But they were not their opponent and several of them died, so they had no choice but to return, Wei Guchang said sadly. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even Qian Tong had a look of disbelief on his face. The Origin returning realm masters dispatched by High Heaven Sect were definitely masters from Star Emperor Mountain, so how could they not be their opponent, and several of them even died? It was impossible for Shadow Moon Hall to be so powerful. Corpse Spirit Religion has countless masters, and it is rumored that they even have an Origin King Realm Master. High Heaven Sect's disciples were killed by one of their Origin Kings, Wei Guchang explained. Corpse Spirit Religion was the name of the mysterious force that had just risen. Impossible. Qian Tong had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star? And 4 of them at once. How was this possible? This place was suppressed by the mysterious world principles, so no Origin King realm masters had been born here for tens of thousands of years. If not for this, Qian Tong and the others would not have followed Yang Kai on this voyage. But now, Wei Guchang was actually telling them that 4 Origin Kings had appeared on Shadowed Star. None of them could accept this. Disciple has only heard rumors, so Disciple does not know the real situation. Wei Guchang's expression dimmed, but suddenly, as if remembering something, he said again, "Right? Great Elder Yi should be clear about this." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "It is rumored that Great Elder Yi once encountered 2 of these 4 masters, and after a fierce battle, she was seriously injured and returned to High Heaven Sect, where she is still recuperating." Yi Shiyun was seriously injured. This was extremely bad news. However, Yang Kai and Qian Tong glanced at each other and inferred some useful information. The 4 masters in the rumors. They should not be Origin Kings. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yi Shiyun to escape unscathed from 2 of them. As long as one of them took action, Yi Shiyun would have been easily killed. But in fact, Yi Shiyun had only escaped with serious injuries. However, the strength of the other party was indeed not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyun's cultivation had reached the limit of the Origin returning realm, and if it were not for her being unwilling to leave Shadowed Star, she would likely have been an Origin King by now. The other party only dispatched 2 masters to injure Yi Shiyun, so it seemed that they were masters on the same level as Yi Shiyun, perhaps even stronger. The expressions of Yang Kai and Qian Tong fluctuated as they quietly digested the information Wei Guchang conveyed. Unexpectedly, after 7 or 8 years, such a huge change had occurred on Shadowed Star. What the hell was this corpse spirit religion? Why had it been so obscure before? Why had it suddenly appeared? Brother Yang, you don't need to worry about High Heaven Sect. Today High Heaven Sect can be regarded as the last pure land on Shadowed Star. Although it is heavily surrounded, no one can attack it. Wei Guchang saw Yang Kai's expression turn ugly and quickly comforted him. "I know that," Yang Kai nodded. Regarding the safety of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai was not worried. Outside High Heaven Sect, there were 3 blazing flame rings, each of which was an Emperor artifact. Even if an Origin King Realm Master came in person, it would be impossible for them to break through the defenses of the 3 blazing flame rings. Many people who are unwilling to submit want to escape to High Heaven Sect, but Wei Guchang sighed. He and Dong Shener also wanted to enter High Heaven Sect, but unfortunately, there were too many enemies on the periphery and they had no chance at all. For the past 2 years, they had been forced to hide here and there, living a very difficult life. "Are you done chatting?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from the side. Xiechen. He had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not attacking or stopping Wei Guchang from divulging information, but now he suddenly spoke. Qian Tong turned his head and looked at him with a cold expression and sharp gaze. Xie Chen's heart jumped, but he forced himself to calm down and sneered, "Great Elder Qian, long time no see." Xie Chen. Qian Tong took a deep breath. It seems that this old master was too merciful back then. "I thought that since we were both from Shadow Moon Hall, killing each other would only weaken Shadow Moon Hall, so when the Xie family rebelled, this old master let you go. But I never thought that my past mercy would lead to today's misfortune." On Shadowed Star, Origin-grade high-rank pills were extremely rare. As such, he couldn't wait to capture Su Yan and Xianing Chang. As long as he got his hands on them, the things in their space rings would belong to him. Kai Yang coldly glanced over at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife, cold as ice. For some reason, Fang Fengqi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sense of horror. It was as if the other party could pose a threat to his life. 30 breaths have passed. At that moment, Qian Tong suddenly opened his eyes and coldly swept his gaze around, saying indifferently, "Since none of you are willing to commit suicide, this old master will send you on your way." As soon as these words fell, an astonishing aura burst out. This aura gathered into a force visible to the naked eye and pushed forward madly. Territory field. This was the territory of an origin king. The dozen or so Shadow Moon Hall traders were shocked and hurriedly pushed their shur to resist, but in front of Qian Tong's domain, their shur was like throwing an egg at a rock, unable to provide any protection at all before collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters were forced to retreat, their faces pale. A powerful force field enveloped them, and within the force field, there was a nimble wind surging. This was the unique power of Qian Tong's territory. The wind gathered into blades and began to wreak havoc. Screams rang out one after another as the dozen or so origin returning realm masters wrapped in the territory seemed to be enduring the harshest punishment in the world as the wind blades madly cut at their skin like gossamer threads. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their flesh was badly mangled. Origin King Realm. Everyone cried out in horror. Fang Fengqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked at the enraged Qian Tong with trembling hands and feet, his heart cold. It was just a joke, but who would have thought that it would come true? Qian Tong was really an origin king. "Great Elder, please spare me, I know I was wrong. Great Elder, please spare me." Just like the scene outside Heavenly Fate City before, when these traitors realized how powerful and unstoppable Qian Tong was, they begged for mercy one after another. Some even disregarded their sense of shame and knelt on the ground, kowtowing until their heads were covered in blood, hoping to move Qian Tong's compassion. They had escaped this calamity. Qian Tong's expression was indifferent and unmoved, but there was a trace of sadness in the depths of his eyes. Blood splattered and flesh scattered. The dozen or so traitors from Shadow Moon Hall were cut into pieces in just 10 breaths of time. Almost every one of them seemed to have been tortured by 1,000 cuts, leaving only white skeletons behind. The flesh on the bones had all disappeared, and their internal organs had been reduced to dust. Good. Good kill. Good kill, don't let them escape. Avenge the dead children and women of Heavenly Fate City. Kill them. The onlookers suddenly roared and swarmed forward from all directions. Everyone's faces were filled with unforgettable hatred. Everyone's blood boiled as they circulated their Saint Chi, grabbed their weapons, activated their secret techniques, summoned their artifacts, and attacked the enemies who were still alive. Fang Fengqi's location, within a 300-meter radius, was instantly flooded by a variety of lights. Even the beautiful young woman who served Fang Fengqi before did not escape the onslaught of the angry crowd. Her second-order origin returning realm cultivation lasted less than 3 breaths of time before her Saint Chi protection was broken and she died tragically on the spot. A stream of light soared into the sky, forcibly carving out a bloody path through the crowd, and quickly fled outside. Chapter 1674. It's you. Fang Fengqi recognized the young man in front of him at a glance. Surprisingly, it was the young man who had been standing on the high platform just now. His expression filled with anger as he continued to rush forward, punching the air as he shouted, "Scram!" He was in a hurry to escape, so how could he have the time to tangle with Yang Kai? As such, he used his full strength. A strange force lingered around Fang Fengqi's fist, causing his seemingly weak fist to become as solid as an artifact in an instant. What's more, Fang Fengqi's arm also began to grow some dark red needle-like hair. These hairs looked extremely strange and exuded an aura that made Yang Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. These hairs covered his entire arm and fist, causing the power of his punch to soar. Yang Kai frowned as a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. What kind of martial skill is this? He had never encountered a martial skill that could cause such a change to his body. With a thought, Yang Kai looked up at Fang Fengqi and couldn't help calling out in surprise. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fang Fengqi's appearance had undergone a huge change. Previously he looked cold and gloomy, but now Yang Kai didn't know if he had used some kind of secret technique, but his face had become extremely distorted and 2 fangs were protruding from the corners of his mouth, flashing with a cold light. From his mouth and nose, Yang Kai could faintly sense a death chi. Recalling the name Corpse Spirit Religion, Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly had a guess about Fang Fengqi's origins. Seeing the incoming attack, Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and waved his hand to release a golden blood thread, which gently wrapped around Fang Fengqi's arm before suddenly tightening. A clear wound appeared on Fang Fengqi's arm, but even with the sharpness of the golden blood thread, it was unable to cut through Fang Fengqi's arm. Dark green blood flowed out, and the blood emitted a nauseating smell. If an ordinary person were to take a whiff of it, they would probably die instantly. Poison. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Not only was this green blood poisonous, but it was also extremely corrosive. The golden blood threads wrapped around Yang Kai's arm began to corrode. A crackling sound was heard. Fang Fengqi roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stinky green gas at Yang Kai. Yang Kai snorted coldly. His figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He had already arrived above Fang Fengqi's head. Holding the verdant dragon bone sword in his hand, he was in an upside-down position, directly stabbing towards the top of his head. Idiot! Fang Fengqi was disdainful. In his opinion, this bladeless sword couldn't even hurt his hair. Therefore he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he threw another punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body slightly to the side, avoiding Fang Fengqi's powerful blow, and stabbed his dragon bone sword straight into Fang Fengqi's head. The seemingly slow-witted sword was now bursting with an unimaginable power. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard coming from the sword as it destroyed everything in its path. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword broke through the defenses of Fang Fengqi's body and skull and stabbed directly into his chest. Fang Fengqi's eyes bulged in an instant as a look of disbelief filled his face. Only at this moment did he realize the strangeness of the dragon bone sword and exclaim, "An Origin King grade artifact." Even after suffering such a blow, he did not die and instead struggled violently, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The power of space fluctuated, and thin spatial cracks formed around Fang Fengqi's body. Immediately after, they cut towards him from all directions. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Over the past 2 years, Heavenly Fate City had been under the jurisdiction of Corpse Spirit Religion, and these people had lived a precarious life. Everyone had lived in fear, afraid they wouldn't be able to see the sun rise tomorrow. But now Qian Tong had returned, and he was an Origin King Realm Master. With him protecting Heavenly Fate City, the tragedies of the past would no longer occur. Elder Qian. Elder Qian, please uphold justice. My daughter went missing a month ago, and someone saw traces of her in the City Lord's mansion. Elder Qian, please let this old man go to the City Lord's mansion to see if my daughter is still alive. My son also disappeared 3 months ago, he must be in the City Lord's mansion. My daughter is also missing. Qian Tong showed a pained look in his eyes as he stretched out his hand, suppressing the cries and shouts of countless people as he slowly said, "Everyone please wait a moment, this old master will send someone to the City Lord's mansion to take a look. If your children are still inside, I will definitely reunite you." Many thanks, Elder Qian. Elder Qian's great kindness, we will never forget it. Qian Tong sighed softly as he turned his head to look at Wei Guchang. Disciple will go and take a look. Wei Guchang understood and immediately rushed towards the City Lord's mansion with Dong Xianer. Yang Kai thought for a moment before saying, "I'll go too." Su Yin and Xianing Chang followed closely behind. In the City Lord's mansion, some cultivator who had pledged allegiance to Corpse Spirit Religion saw someone trying to break in and wanted to meet the enemy, but these people were not strong enough to stop Yang Kai and the others. They rampaged through and killed hundreds of people. After capturing one of them and obtaining some clues from him, Yang Kai and the others went straight to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, and there were at least hundreds of people locked up in the cells. Without exception, these people were all children under the age of 5, and there were also young and beautiful women. Whether it was the children or the women, their vitality was dim as if they had been tortured, and there were wounds on their arms. Thinking of what Fang Fengqi had done to that child, how could everyone not know what these people had suffered in the dungeon? Heartless. Su Yin was furious and opened the cell door one by one with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, releasing these people. Xianing Chang stood guard at the door, checking the condition of these people one by one and giving them pills to restore their vitality. Along the way, Yang Kai and the others wore heavy expressions. When they reached the bottom of the dungeon, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others became even uglier. At the bottom of this dungeon there were no living people. There were only white bones. From the size and shape of the bones, there was no doubt that they belonged to children and women. However, they had all suffered inhumane torture when they were alive. Their flesh and blood had been removed, and the remaining white bones were casually discarded here. There were at least a few thousand skeletons in the mountain. Heavenly Fate City had encountered such a thing just 2 years ago, and this was only Heavenly Fate City, so what was the situation like on Shadowed Star? Hateful. Wei Guchang grit his teeth and roared, his expression ferocious. The noise in Heavenly Fate City lasted for 2 days before gradually subsiding. The children and women that were released from the dungeon were reunited with their families, but even more of them had died in the dungeon. The chaos of these past 2 years had left countless people in Sky Fortune City with painful memories that could not be erased. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Qian Tong and the others wore heavy expressions as they glared angrily at the subdued Fang Fengqi, their eyes spitting fire. In that battle, Clear Sky Sect's headquarters was destroyed, and only a few people managed to escape. Within a 10-kilometer radius of Clear Sky Sect's headquarters, only Black Sea City remained. The beautiful woman City Lord did not say a word, but the pain in her beautiful eyes was obvious. How many people in this world could remain steadfast under the oppression of powerful evil? As such, she was not angry. These people had chosen to drag out an ignoble existence, but what they had lost was their very foundation. "Where is Qin Shi Tao?" the beautiful woman suddenly shouted. Not far away, a beautiful woman with peach blossom eyes and a graceful figure heard this and quickly rushed over to the beautiful woman's side, cupped her fists and said, "Elder Du disciple is here." Normally, such a woman would definitely attract the attention of many men, but at this moment, not many people were paying her any attention. The beautiful woman solemnly said, "Qin Shi Tao, this elder orders you to select 300 people from Clear Sky Sect's younger generation and take them through the space array to leave Black Sea City quickly." Qin Shi Tao was stunned, but she was also an intelligent woman and immediately understood the intentions of this beautiful woman. Her pretty face paled as she called out, "Elder Du." The beautiful woman smiled gently, "My Clear Sky Sect's headquarters has been destroyed and our sect master has been killed. Now, those remaining in Black Sea City are the last remnants of my Clear Sky Sect's bloodline. Take those 300 people with you and survive no matter what. Only if you survive will my Clear Sky Sect have a future and hope." Her activity finally attracted Yang Kai's attention. The five-colored glow that covered her body gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. This was clearly the sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. From a distance, Yang Kai took a moment to look at this young girl. Although she was covered in blood and it was impossible to tell how old she was, judging from her growth, she was only about 13 or 14 years old. This was definitely a body that had not yet fully matured. With her hair fluttering in the wind, her face was vaguely familiar to Yang Kai. Could it be? Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, and quickly destroyed the enemies in front of him. His interest in the young girl was piqued, so he brought Xianing Chang and rushed towards her. Sensing that someone was attacking, the young girl turned around and threw out a punch. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. Hong. An unimaginable amount of power burst out from that delicate little fist. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, his cultivation was much higher than this girl's, so he didn't make a fool of himself on the spot. Otherwise, his old face would have been completely lost. Chapter 1679. After letting Mou rest for a while, Yang Kai began to inquire about the situation of High Heaven sect. However, Du Yanling didn't know much. Black Sea City had been besieged for nearly a year and had long been cut off from the outside world. Only when some cultivator occasionally fled into Black Sea City to seek refuge could they bring back some information. According to the cultivator who fled, the entrance to High Heaven sect seemed to be surrounded by corpse spirit religion's army, and no one could enter or leave. As for the situation inside High Heaven sect, no one knew. A year ago, High Heaven sect had frequently dispatched masters to assist the besieged sects and forces, but with the loss of High Heaven sect's masters, High Heaven sect had not moved for the past year, and the situation seemed to be not optimistic. In order to prevent High Heaven sect's masters from leaving, corpse spirit religion had placed a large number of its members outside Luyen Sandfield to monitor the situation. It was even said that there was a protector stationed here. It could be said that although High Heaven sect had not taken the initiative to help its fellow human race compatriots, its existence had pinned down a lot of corpse spirit religion's combat power. If not for this, Black Sea City would not have been able to persist for so long without being breached. One had to know that corpse spirit religion had at least 4 corpse generals on the same level as Yi Shiyun, not to mention the elusive religion master. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and did not ask any more questions. After resting in Black Sea City for a day, Yang Kai took the people from High Heaven sect to bid farewell to Mou. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to bring all of Clear Sky sect's people to High Heaven sect. As long as they entered Luyen Sandfield, they could sit back and relax without worrying about being killed by corpse spirit religion's masters. However, after some consideration, Mou declined Yang Kai's proposal. Clear Sky sect did not have many disciples left. However, there were still millions of people living in Black Sea City. If Clear Sky sect followed Yang Kai, the millions of people living in Black Sea City would definitely be slaughtered by corpse spirit religion. Most of these people had fled over the past 2 years for the sake of Clear Sky sect's reputation, so Mou could not abandon them. This idea might be a little pedantic. However, Clear Sky sect's remaining upper echelons unanimously agreed. They were all willing to stay behind with Mo Hai and continue protecting Clear Sky sect's foundation. Yang Kai was moved. Yang Kai, you don't need to worry, although my Clear Sky sect doesn't have many people left, Black Sea City is now filled with people, so I will find a way to replenish our forces. As long as the cultivator here can unite, it shouldn't be a big problem to protect this city, Mo Hai said to Yang Kai with a smile before leaving. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, take care of yourself, Senior Mo. Cupping his fists deeply, Yang Kai bid farewell to Du Yanling and the others before leading Su Yin, Xiaoning Chang, and the others out of Mo Hai City. They headed straight for Luyen Sandy Land. Watching the figures of Yang Kai and the others disappear, Mou's expression became solemn as he waved his hand and ordered, inform all cultivator above the Saint Realm in Black Sea City that if they are willing, they can temporarily join my Clear Sky sect and protect this city with me. Yes. Du Yanling and the others immediately set to work. It wasn't that they hadn't considered borrowing the strength of the cultivator in Black Sea City before, but time was simply too tight. There was simply no time to do such a thing, and at that time, corpse spirit religion's army was pressing down on the city, so the cultivator in the city didn't have much fighting spirit and couldn't display their full strength.